And we got to mute your phone. Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom. We're going to get started. Would any of you sisters like to open us up in prayer?
I will.
Okay, go over there.
About to pray. Almighty Creator, I ask permission to come before you in prayer. Almighty Creator, we come before you in prayer on this Shabbat day to give you thanks and praise. I thank you for waking us all up this morning and keeping us safe last night as we slept. I ask that you please be with us today so we receive the knowledge that Elder is bringing to us on this service. I thank you for all the blessings you've given all of us, and I ask that you continue to bless us. And if we've done anything to offend you, I ask that you please forgive all of us. I thank you for always looking out for all of us, even those that were not in this walk. Me personally, I thank you for always watching over me and keeping me under your covering. And I thank you for waking up our brothers and sisters to come into your walk and to learn your laws, statutes, and commandments. Toda Rabbah.
Good prayer, sis. Good prayer. I like that. What I liked about it the most is that it wasn't a selfish prayer. It was one that included everyone and the benefit of many people other than yourself. You ever notice when you hear a lot of people pray, they pray for themselves. They don't really pray for the help and protection of others. And that's what I heard a lot in your prayer, and I appreciate that.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Hey, what's up, bro?
Yo, man.
I'm ready to post the link in the room on Facebook, letting everybody know we having class in case anybody wants to join us. Yep, it's up. So now if they want to come in, the post is up. So all I did was copy the post that was originally sent out and copied and pasted in the room. And then that's how people will be informed that we have in Shabbat service. If they want to come, they can tune in. So that would be a good thing. It's good to hear your voice, bro. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
You see the true soldiers are here, right?
Yes, yes.
Three people, we the true soldiers, we about it. We ain't got time to be playing.
You know what I'm saying?
But if y'all didn't show up, we wouldn't be able to show up. Yeah. May the Most High be praised. We got a lot to talk about today. A lot to talk about. People don't understand, but promptness is very important. It's almost like keeping your word almost. Sometimes I understand, sometimes you can't make it. Sometimes things happen and you can't do what it is that you desire to do. But for the most part, we should be keeping to our word. To the best of our ability, we should. Okay. So today, we're going to start off with our normal question and answers.
Is that squeakiness? Can you guys hear squeaky dog?
Yes. We got somebody new in the room. Oh, man. The superstar of Facebook.
Hello, family.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We welcome to have you here today with us on the Zoom. And we want you to know it's being recorded, so you're going to be famous after this. We're going to post this video up, and everybody like, who is that sister right there? They're going to know, because I know you about that Torah, man. That's a good thing, man.
Definitely.
I'll be watching them posts, boy. I'll be like, she's starting trouble. She be cutting up. I'll be like, wow. See, you can do the things I can't do because I got to be sympathetic toward people but you don't be cutting them in a disrespectful way. You be cutting them, now I can appreciate that. You be cutting them in a way that just, if they sit back and look at what you say and think about it, it helps to educate them as opposed to disrespect them. And I like that about you.
Thank you, thank you.
I like that about you. That's a blessing. A lot of people don't have that gift. You have it. So may the Most High continue to bless you with it.
Thank you. All praises.
So we're here today. It's usually a few more people than this, but it's not about the people, it's the quality of the people that we're involved with. And we normally start our portion of teaching and lessons and conversations. We usually start off with question and answers. So before we get into any lesson, and I do have a lesson prepared today, this would, if I'm able to get into my lesson today, this will be the first lesson that I was able to get into. Because the questions be taking us into a whole totally different direction, into a totally different lesson. I don't have any problem with it because that's the Most High's will. My desire is to feed the people where they need to be fed. And if the people comes in and they have an emptiness or a void in their lives and they need understanding, they need correction, they need direction, whatever it is that they may need, I'm willing to supply that if the Most High allows me to. So I don't have any problem or hesitation with putting my lesson on the side and dealing with the needs of the people, because that's the most important thing to me. Not what my mind say I want to do, but what the people say they need. That's how I need to feed them. So I pray that you all understand that. So at this time, we would ask, are there any questions? Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask so that we can get started with our lesson today?
I do. I was listening
Shalom,
to
Mishi.
Shalom. How are you? I said shalom. I was listening to your lesson, I think yesterday or something, or well, I was listening this morning, but it was from a past lesson. And it was the first time I heard you say something about sardines was unclean. And I wanted to ask, outside of your explanation of it maybe having other fish in it, like, because I know in the Jewish section, they sell sardines, and I know I've seen Hebrew Israelites eat it, like around me, saying that they were kosher, so, or clean to eat.
Is that the end of your question?
Yeah, so I just wanted to know, like,
Okay.
why did you say it was unclean?
Did you watch the entirety of the lesson on that
Yeah,
subject?
I did. Yes.
I gave an explanation on that subject. Sardines mean little fish. That could be any little fish. So that means that it can be clean little fish or unclean little fish. They put it in a jar and they sell it to you, and you buy it. The Jewish people, hey, Ema, you gotta mute your phone in the background. There's a lot going on. The Jewish people, I don't know. I'm not saying that theirs is clean. They say it is. But what I'm saying is they may get a particular little fish to add to their sardine collection. They may get the little fish that are clean and not the fish that are not clean. All right. So that may be why they have a kosher side on their sardines. Let me give you an example. Well, you got to be careful about the Jewish man anyway, period. I mean, just, you got to be careful. And the reason why I say you have to be careful is because the Jewish man will tell you that gelatin is clean, Jell-O. They tell you some Jell-O is kosher. And there is some Jell-O that's made from beef bones instead of pork bones.
Why do I want to eat bones anyway?
Well, that's how they make Jell-O, out of bones.
I know they do make fish gelatin too.
Right, right. So I'm not familiar with the fish gelatin, but I am familiar with the beef gelatin. But the Jewish man's Jell-O, and this is going to amaze you. Watch what they say. Well, you may know it, but I'm not sure, but I assume others may not. They say that because the pig bones went through a certain process then it's now pronounced clean. After they take the acid and soak the pig bones in a certain type of acid, they now pronounce that to be clean. Therefore, the jello that's made from the pig bones through the acid is acceptable. But yeah, you really got to be careful.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
I don't know how they're doing it now. I don't know what their little process may be, but this is about 10, maybe about 5-10 years ago when the research was done. And that was the process that they had incorporated to now come out with kosher jello. Because kosher jello hasn't always been out, but it's out now. And if she says that there's some made by a fish, then so be it. I've never seen it, but I'm not going to argue it. I'm not going to dispute it.
No, I know the marshmallows that we usually eat here, they have fish gelatin. That's why, like, they're not vegan, but vegetarians would eat it because of the fish gelatin, and it's usually sold in the kosher, area.
Okay, so there you have it. All right. Are there any other questions, comments, concerns, anything that I may be able to assist you with on this Shabbat day?
Well, you said on that lesson too, you was talking about chicken
Can barely
is
understand.
unclean.
I can barely understand. There's so much going on in your background. I can barely understand what you're saying.
Okay, I just took my, can you hear me better?
Let's try it. Go for it.
I said, you said off.
There's feedback.
Because, okay. Oh my goodness. Everybody's talking. Hold on. Can you close Pop's door? All right. I was asking on your lesson that you presented, you also was talking about how chicken is unclean. And then you were saying that the research shows why it's unclean. So I wanted to, because I hear people say that, but mostly we all eat chicken. Well, not me, but a lot of us Israelites eat chicken. And you were saying that it was unclean because it was come from the falcon family. And so I wanted to see, like, where is that that research?
Okay. All right. Now, this research was done some years ago. I don't recall exactly how long ago, and I don't have the research in my possession any longer. I guess I can get on my computer and search it out. But it's something simple that you should be able to do today. First thing I want to let you know is this. I never said falcon. I said buzzard. Chicken comes from the buzzard family.
What is buzzard?
It's a certain type of bird that's unclean for humans to eat.
How is I'm sorry, what bird is unclean and how?
Read Leviticus, the 11th chapter.
Right now?
Whenever you're ready, just for yourself, but we're going to move forward.
Oh, okay.
But whenever you're ready, read Leviticus 11th chapter, and it'll tell you about the unclean animal. Okay, Amy, mute your phone, please. Thank you. The buzzard family are unclean. We're not supposed to eat birds out of the buzzard family. But what I want to make clear is this. Certain birds beget certain birds. Certain birds beget certain birds. When you look outside, these birds that develop in the wild, they develop naturally from other birds, but it's a natural order of process. Do anybody know where the chicken come from? Normally the foods we eat are foods that grow up in the wild. You will never see a chicken in the wild. You know what else you'll never see in the wild? You'll never see a cow in the wild. Why? Because these animals were engineered by human beings for their meat. They don't require much attending to. See, like you see a sheep or a goat, they are in the wild. You can go out in the wild and you'll find those things. They're out there. But cows are not in the wild. And it's because man engineered them through other animals, through other species of animals. Men engineered them and they came about. Now, I'm not talking about a bull. I'm talking about a cow, a bullock, a ram, what's those things? Buffaloes. I'm not talking about those things. You know, these are the things that's in scripture that is talked about how we can do it, how it can be done. I'm talking about the cow. Domesticated cow is something that we made, something that man made. So is the chicken. The chicken is something that was domesticated and made by man. The chicken has been around for so long, they don't even know where the chicken come from. The problem with the chicken is why they can't trace his roots is because they'll claim that they know, but then they'll tell you why they're not sure if you do your research. The reason why they can't trace it and they're not sure where it comes from, except that buzzard, is because of his yellow skin. Most birds, 90% of them, don't have yellow skin, but chickens have an undertone of yellow colored skin. So when they're researching, they can't come about the bird that the chicken got that yellow skin from to say, see, it's in this family. And that's part of their problem through their research. They don't even know where it come from. And they won't actually tell you no. They'll say, well, it come from the jungle fowl turkey. It comes from a buzzard. It's in the buzzard family. Why do you think we hooked on it? Everything we hooked on was given to us during our slavery days because it was cheap, something that they formulated, and it could be mass produced. Chickens, cows, and the pig was the number one thing. Even the pig is not a natural thing. I'm not talking about the hog that runs wild in the jungle. I'm talking about the pig. The man-made pig that we have on the farms that the Europeans invented to help supply the demand and the needs of the people. I'm not talking about the jungle hog. I'm talking about today's pig. It's an unclean, detestable thing. The ancient name, the ancient name of the hog is a swine. That's the original form of what they have today that they call pigs. So these things were given to us in the days of slavery. And today we've grown an appetite toward these things. And we desire to eat these things, although we understand that these things are not good for us. The average person cannot let go that meat because it's addictive. And it takes hold of us, it gets down into our DNA, and we grow up desiring these things. The average person cannot let go of chicken. The average Black man can't let go of chicken because it's so deeply embedded in your DNA. There were days when that's all we had was chicken to eat, and we ate it. It's not healthy. It's killing us. The meats we eat, and I'm not saying this just because I'm vegan. I'm vegan for a reason, and it's because I understand. But a lot of our people don't understand. We want to be spiritually inclined and spiritually in tuned, and we want to receive the blessings from the Most High in spiritual knowledge, but yet we're dying, we're eating dead things, putting dead things in our body, saying we want to live. That's an oxymoron. If you want to live, then eat food that is alive. Am I right? Have I said anything wrong? If you want to live, then you should eat the things that contain life, not the things that contain death. And that's what we do. If you ever notice, and I'm gonna back away from this in a second. If you ever notice, most highly spiritually in tune people, whether they walk our way or not, they're vegetarian or vegan. Most of them are vegetarian or vegan. So what does that say about spirituality? Now, I'm not saying that the Creator said we can't eat meat, but the meat of the Bible is not the meat of today. If you live out in the wild and you get an animal out in the wild and you kill it, that's a different thing than this meat of today that we're eating that's domesticated. They shoot it up with all type of steroids. They put dyes in it. They even got it so bad that they take red meat and glue it together with a special glue and put it together, put it in a package and sell it to you. They put dyes in it so that the shelf life is longer. And you go to the store, the meat could be 6 weeks old. You go to the store and you buy it, you take it home and you consume it and you eat it. Thereby, you're eating spoiled food for real, because it's no good. The second thing about it is this. The second thing about it is this. I just forgot my train of thought, but you know that ain't gonna go for long. That's it's gonna come right back in. You're eating foods that's died and you don't know how it died. That's against the law. The Creator says you shall not eat food that dieth of itself. Basically, that you don't know how it died. We assume that somebody knocked that cow upside the head. Well, Prince, you go a little out of hand, Prince. You know everybody, the cow is butchered and is knocked upside the head and they take it in the, so you're telling me if a man is in the business of selling cow and one of his cows died and he don't know how it died, 2 of them died, they don't know how they died, 4 of them died, don't know, and 6 and 17 of them died, he don't know how it died. He gonna do a little investigation and try to find out, but what you think he gonna do with that rest of that meat?
Sell it. Cut it up.
He gonna cut it up and sell it. You know why? Because it's about profit for them. It's not about health. It's not about the scriptures. It's not about safety. It's about profit. And he's losing too much profit to let that cow just go somewhere and burn it up. He's going to send one of them off to get it researched to try to find out why. But the other 14 and 15 of them, y'all going to eat them. And you'll never even know. You'll never even know. But the Most High says that thou should not eat anything that dieth of itself. If you don't know how it died, and not only that, the chemicals that they put in the food to give it a longer shelf life, the steroids that they give the animal, I remember that was a thing that I wanted to talk about, and I'm not going to forget in a second. The steroids that they give the animals to blow the animals up. Let me show you this. A baby chicken. If my memory is not that strong on the subject because it's been so long ago, but I'll do my best. A baby chicken takes 6 to 8 weeks for it to fully develop. In 4 weeks, they can take a baby chick from a baby chick to a full-grown chick and sell it in the market because of steroids. Because they introduce supply and demand causes them to do things to rush the process so that you'll eat them. The baby chicks grow so big, they grow so large in such a short period of time that they can't even stand up. Their muscles in their legs have not developed, but yet their bodies are huge. And they wobble and they can't walk and they can't stand up. They're not being properly exercised, but you're eating them. You don't see all that. The only thing you see is the chicken wing and the thigh and the back. That's all you see, the after product. But you don't get to see how those chickens was raised, how they're living. Oh, you say you buy farm fresh chicken. Man, listen, you're still living in a mystery life. You're still doing things against Torah because the same process with that beef that died of itself, many of those chicken die in those slaughterhouses. You think they leave them there? You think they bury them? No, they pick them up, skin them, and sell them to you. And you don't know if they die. Shalom, somebody wants to get in. I'm going to be quiet.
No, I have a question.
Somebody wants to get in. Hold on a second, please. Sister Casey, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Prince.
And my brother, I seen my brother there just a little while ago.
Hey, shalom, shalom, Nasi.
Hey, Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I don't know if I want to speak to you, man. I don't know if I want to speak to you. I've been calling you for 2 months and can't get a return call. But you're my brother, so I got to speak to you. Shalom.
No, I was thinking, no, it hasn't been that long, has it? I know I did miss 2 calls from you, but it's been 2 months, have it?
He making a face. Look at that face. Look at that expression.
I enjoyed talking with you. It wouldn't have been 2 months.
Hey, look, Moray, it's not a lot of people that I just can't wait to get a return call back from. But I be burning my phone. Look at my, he ain't called me yet. Dag, man. And I'll be waiting for your call. That's how important you are, man.
I'm honored. Hey, I'm honored by that statement. My mouth is shut.
Hey, listen, Usually you call somebody, they don't call you back. You be like, I'll talk to them next time. I call Moray, I don't get no call back. I'll be like, damn, what's wrong with Moray? I know he working. I know he grinding, but what's wrong? Oh, let me call him again. Call him again, text him, no return call. I'll be like, yo, Case, tell your husband to call me, Case. I need to
That's
talk
how
to
you
him.
get him back.
I
That's how
did
you do
that,
it.
sis, and you ain't called me back, and he ain't called me back.
Who, me?
Yeah, I left a message on your phone, your house phone.
Oh, not on my house. I hope you didn't leave a mess on my house phone, because that's why I don't.
Yeah,
Everybody know I don't do my house
we
phone.
probably haven't checked that
Yeah,
in a
the,
year.
the cell phone is different. If you send me a message via my cell phone, then yeah, I get a hold of him. But he honestly isn't attempting to avoid your call. I assure you, he just has a bad memory. When he gets to going, he gets to going.
Sound like
I was on
somebody
the
else I
plane.
know. He sound like
Yeah,
somebody else
yeah.
I know, so I understand that honestly. But let's get back to the class. I don't want to take too much time. Shabbat
Yes.
shalom, my family. I miss you all.
Shabbat shalom. Love
We
and
miss
miss y'all.
you
Love and miss y'all.
and my beautiful sister sitting there.
Yeah, she's there on the line.
Yes.
Trucelia, Shabbat shalom, sis.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. How are you?
I'm well. Praise you.
My brother Yaakov, Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom. All right, we're gonna do this, y'all. We're gonna do this. Did
I was
anybody have
hoping
any
to add.
comments? Okay.
Yes, I was hoping to add to your commentary on the chicken and the beef, and just to offer some insight. In general, they don't use or need to use steroids on the chicken. Now, antibiotics, in some form of it, whether it be natural or unnatural, within their food source, they do use. But the chicken, and the reason it grows so quickly is because of the hybrid genetics. They breed two different chickens that causes the chicken to grow at an accelerated rate, and you're normally able to harvest them within 8 to 10 weeks. And they're a Cornish hen cross, normally with a Rhode Island or another form of bird. You are very, very correct. After 10 weeks or so, they allow these birds to live. The sheer weight of the meat will cause their bones to break, them to have heart attacks and failure. But they breed these birds specifically to be meat birds and to grow at that accelerated rate. These birds are not intended to grow to the size to produce eggs and to produce offspring, because they will surely die.
Yeah, they kill them before they're sexually mature.
Well before that, they actually have to breed two different varieties of bird to create what they're selling in general in the stores, at your KFC, at your various fast food places. Just to put that out there. Also, as far as the slaughtering process, anything USDA, you're not actually getting items that have died there without the help of man. They have inspectors that are literally there from the minute they're slaughtered to the minute they're killed to the slaughtering process. When it comes to USDA butchered and things like that, they're carting those animals that die or this, that, and the other due to natural or unnatural causes that's outside of themselves to dog food, plants, and other cat food and things like that. But due to USDA regulations and an actual U.S. government worker being there, that's no longer allowed. Now, once upon a time, I'm pretty sure that what you're speaking of is very true. And there's some, old time boys that would come across a cow that didn't do so well and get their cousin with a butcher shop to butcher it for them or for their neighbor. But in general, not USDA meat that's going into our homes.
All right, now here's my response to that. First, I want to clarify that this sister is definitely qualified to speak on behalf of the animals because this is what she does. She's a shepherdess. She raises animals and she sells animals, and she's familiar with a lot of the process. Now, I would say back some time ago, a good 10 years ago, here in Philadelphia, we at Temple Kephirim, when we would keep the Passover, we would go to the slaughterhouse and watch the animals that are alive, walk the cows, and whatever else they was having. The slaughterhouse was primarily selling the big black cows. So they would take them through the slaughterhouse, and they would have this little chute where they would walk through one cow at a time. They would take them and hang them upside this, on this machine, electronic, everything was done electronically, and they would shoot the cow in the head and kill the cow. And then they would take a knife and they would slaughter the cow, cut them up, and do whatever they did with them. Then a few years later, every year we would look for different places to see who had the best prices for what we were trying to do. We had another slaughterhouse in Trenton, New Jersey. Now that first was in Jersey, the first slaughterhouse was in Jersey, but this was a different part of Jersey. This was in Trenton, New Jersey, where they sold cows as well, but they had lambs there as well. And this one, we stayed with them for quite a while because they would let us come in and slaughter the animal ourselves. And the same process took place. But what I noticed this was that, and this, I mean, this was a big, the one in Trenton, New Jersey was inside of a house type thing, the size of it. But the one in the other part of Jersey, I don't remember where it was, the other part of Jersey, I want to say Blackwood, New Jersey, somewhere in there. It was a big farm slaughterhouse with a factory type style. And they sold the meat all around the world types of how big they were. But the thing that I noticed in both of those houses was there was only one USDA person walking around, stamping the meat and inspecting the meat. Most of the time while we were there, he was somewhere else. So it's not like they put a team of workers to watch the whole process and what's going on, because any of those cows could have died and he would have never known. And because we don't know that at the time, we didn't know that they couldn't sell those animals. It was no big deal to us. So if it happened, it happened. Who would know and who would tell? It's impossible for one man to watch the slaughter of all those animals on that level. But when they sell the meat as a whole, he had to stamp the meat. He had a little seal, a little stick that he stamped the meat to let it know that it was USDA certified. But even where he stamped the meat was not where the animals were when they were coming through the chambers and going in. He was after they cut it up and skinned it. He had to come, look it over, inspect it. He was looking for certain. Let me know if there's any feedback from the microphone, please.
Oh, I think there is.
But he had to come in.
If she puts her headphones in, it won't be feedback.
So I don't have,
Okay, or put your mute button on, maybe, I don't know.
I already had the mute button on.
Okay, so I do know that USDA people are present at the time of the slaughter, but even then, they're not 100% able to watch what's actually going on in all areas of the place. And I know that because I was there. Not saying that that happens in every place that I visited. Not that it happens everywhere, but in the two that I was associated with, that was the process.
Yes,
Yeah.
and those larger ones, I mean, that is true. They're huge. I fortunately, I'm in the area. We have, butchers all over, probably 6 or 7 within 45 minutes of me, and their facilities, although decent size, you just don't have the magnitude of someplace like New Jersey, things like that. So the USDA inspector are able to be there through the whole process and not have to go in various areas where they're not. In our area, if your animal is not able to walk from your trailer to their holding pen or through the line, they will not take your animal. They won't take your animal if it's sick, if it's underweight. There's certain things that they won't even allow it in their facility because they don't want the potential of your animal dying on their property, and they have to, get it out of there because the inspectors are there.
Cross-contamination.
All right, thank you very much for that, sis. You wanted to say something? They can hear you, so you can just speak.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
So my question is basically, I looked it up and you said that it comes from the, what is it? Buzzard family?
Mhm.
Okay, so buzzard family consists of like, it says jungle fowl, chickens, turkeys, ground living birds, right? So, but it doesn't say in Leviticus that ground living birds are unclean.
Says the buzzards are unclean. Anything in the buzzard family is unclean.
I don't see buzzards.
We'll discuss that later, okay? I'll
Can
show
I
it to you.
inter,
It's in
can I
there.
interject?
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay,
Well, excuse me, before you interject, let me just make sure that she's satisfied with the response I gave her first.
Sure.
No, I said we'll get into it later. I'll show you particularly in Leviticus where it talks about the buzzard and the fowl, certain fowls that are unclean.
Okay, are you talking about Leviticus 13?
No,
You're not talking about that one?
no,
Okay, well,
Leviticus 11.
and 13.
Oh, I don't know the verse.
I'm
And that
on it
could-
right now.
Okay, I tell you what. Let's approach it now. Go ahead.
Read it out loud.
Yeah, read it out
Okay.
loud, please.
11 and 13. These are the birds you are to regard as unclean and not eat because they are unclean. The eagle, the vulture, the black vulture.
What is a vulture?
A vulture is a bird that
A
eats.
buzzard.
It's a buzzard. Yes.
Say vulture in this.
You
buzzard.
got to remember that you're dealing with a translation.
uh-huh.
Somebody translated these scriptures. So different birds can be translated, depending on the author, in different ways. You have to do your research and you have to find out, okay? That's why I said to you, we'll deal with it later and I'll explain it to you. But since you determined everybody needs to hear it because they need to be informed as well, that's what you have to do. You have to go to the word, the root of the word, find what the word is, and that will describe what type of bird you're dealing with.
A bug.
Yeah.
So that vulture is a buzzard.
Yeah, different
Okay.
types of people different people who translate it will translate different things in different ways.
Got you.
Right? Because in my book, it says the Gare eagle. Your book might not say that, or somebody else's book may. So oftentimes it's different. The important thing is that we learn what these things are so we can learn to avoid them. But you just brought forward that it was a buzzard, jungle fowl. And when you look up where the chicken come from, they say that the chicken come from the jungle fowl, the red jungle fowl, I believe it is, that they mix with a different bird and they come up with what we call today the domesticated chicken. Part of the problem, as I explained earlier, is the color of the chicken's skin. It's yellow. It's a yellow undertone to the skins. So they have a very difficult time pinpointing which bird has that yellow skin that was mingled in with the jungle fowl to produce the chicken that we have today.
And that's a problem too.
That's another
Well, it
problem.
can be.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anybody that's trying to eat clean, chicken is no good for you. It's just that simple. But we will justify that chicken is okay because the white man says it's okay.
Mm.
The white man, the Europe, let me say the colonizers, because they wasn't just white. But the people who dominate the earth today in authority and rulership are the Europeans, and they're the color of white. Well, they're classified as white. They don't want to give up their seat on their throne. They know that if the children of Israel wake up, that the earth shall be given back to the saints of the Most High. They know this. So they intentionally do things to keep you so that you can't have that spiritual development that many of us yearn for. And by eating things to pollute you and keeping you in a state of uncleanness, that's only part of the subversion that they do to us to keep us in darkness. It's up to us that once we get this knowledge to do what we must do to fight back, to get in the righteous and good standards with this king. How do we do that? By living in our integrity. What is your integrity? Integrity is that time when you think about doing something that you know you shouldn't do, and you don't do it. That's your integrity. Now that we've had this lesson and we see where this chicken is unclean, you don't have to accept it. Do your own research. Go out, do your own research. Don't pay Prince no mind. But the Most High has allowed you to be in the audience today to hear this for a reason. Go do your research. Go check it out. Same thing with the cow. The family is here on the line. It's not a coincidence that that question came up and we got farmers on the phone to verify or correct me if I'm wrong. That we in love. They my brothers and my sisters, and we in love. We got a love affair going on. But let something come out of Prince's mouth that's not true, and they won't hesitate to correct him. And I don't have a problem with that, because sometimes I might need correction. I spoke earlier and I spoke about the cow. You will never find a cow in the wild, because a cow is a breed that's been brought about because of the hands of man. That's how we have cows today. So we have my farmers on the line. They can verify whether I'm right or wrong. The point that I'm making is that those cows that we're eating has been designed for the meat consumption, because they're low. They don't take much to supply the needs for them to survive. Look at a cow. It eats grass all day. All you got to do is plant grass seeds and they're going to eat it all day and be satisfied. And they grow huge. You kill one cow, you can eat off of that. If you got a family of 5, you can eat off of one cow for at least a month. So that makes sense to them. But they don't think about the other side of having so many cows. First of all, you got to water all those animals so they're consuming water. Then they poop out a gas that's very dangerous to the ozone layer in the earth. It's a dangerous system, but it's called the ecosystem. One thing helps another thing, but then when you got a thing that destroys the other thing, that thing might not be so worth having. And we have to think about all these things. We don't consider these things. We have a whole lot of cows being mass produced over and over and over and over for the purpose of human satisfaction, human consumption. And if we would just change our diets, we won't have to destroy so much. So I'm gonna rest at that. And if anybody likes to comment, I'm sorry, my brother wanted to comment first. Please forgive me.
Yeah, I had to write some things down. This is Brother Yaakov. You were talking about the chicken. You know, that word really means a young fowl. So how we know what to eat according to the scripture? In Leviticus, you have to go by the attributes of an animal. So if I seen an animal like a bird that I've never seen, I don't have a native language for it. What we may call it something else, they may call it something else. So is he an herbivore, carnivore, or omnivore? It's eating habits, so they have attributes. So, for example, the birds that you can offer up to the Creator, they must fly. That's one of the attributes, and they call herbivores, and they have a certain look. They have a beak rather than a hook, like some of the carnivore birds. Okay, now the chicken is a hybrid animal. It comes from Asia 3,200 years ago. It's a jungle fowl, and it was domesticated. So the word domesticated, basically, man created this animal for food production. So it was farmed, and it was created, and he does not have any flight, and it's a hybrid bird. It's no different than a mule. A mule is not something created in nature. The Creator never created a mule, but it is part of creation because he took two things that were created by the Creator to make one. So it has a procreation issue. Same thing with the chicken. It does not sustain flight, and it's an unclean bird. In the Caribbean, we call it a yard bird. A yard bird, it'll eat anything. You spit on the ground, and the chicken will eat it. In Job 14:4, it says, who can make an unclean clean? No one. It's an unclean bird. We cannot eat that bird because it has a lot of bacteria in it. So what does the body do when you eat something that's full of bacteria, like shrimp and all these things? It creates white blood cells, right, to go fight off the bacteria. And it lowers your immune system because you have to create more red blood cells to fight off what we have, not something called natural killer cells, a cluster differential. I mean, I study this stuff a lot, and I can really express it. So chicken is a hybrid bird, and the turkey, he's a vulture. And so there's different type of eaters. And so we have to be very careful how we use the translation and transliteration of these words. So again, if you don't know what a bird, and he didn't call them a bird, it's really a fowl, a flying bird. If you don't know what it is, you have to find out what the attributes are before you try to eat it. If you go to another country, they may have another name for it. But if you want to eat it, you have to understand how do I know if it's a clean animal? So the Leviticus 11 is the laws of clean and unclean flesh. It's not the dietary law. I try to explain that to people. It's not the dietary law because you cannot eat mushroom because mushroom is a fungus, right? It's what we call a heterotroph. And plants, like a green plant, is what you call autotroph. So the different type of chemistry and different type of, when you study plant science and certain foods, the cow, another thing, the cow is what we call crossbred or hybrid. It's not, there was no such thing as a cow before. A man created for domestication for eating purposes, but it's still a ruminant because it has certain chambers in the stomach. He's always chewing, like you said, he's always chewing, coming up, chewing. So he is an herbivore and he does chew, but he creates because of mass production, he creates in the environment, the environment becomes unbalanced because he creates methane. Methane gas can destroy the ozone layer and it can destroy your body, also your cells. When you eat a lot of red meat, right? And it gets into the body, you get leaky gut eventually because your body cannot break down, enzymes can't break down the meat. So it gets rancid. It creates a gas in your stomach. And what happens to gas is absorbed by the cells. And then the cells gets into the blood cells. It damages your liver and it causes problem with your kidneys. So if you have gout and you eat some of these meats that they torture, the cows that they torture them rather than slaughter them, they create an enzyme, or they create adrenaline in the blood. So you get uric acid buildup in the animal. So when you eat the animal, all what you eat and drink, so now you become toxified and then you have a lot of problems within your own system. Eating a lot of meat, which has saturated fats, that's why he said fat and blood is not to be consumed. If you eat a lot of fat, it's gonna clog up your arteries. You have arteries in your men. We have arteries in our prostate. It's a little artery. We have arteries in our liver. We have arteries in all our large organs. There's arteries. That's how you get the blood flow. The aortic comes out of the heart and it goes and it comes back out. We clog it all up, and that's why I think since 2,000 years ago, I always talked about this, about us overeating. Like in the Book of Proverbs, talk about righteous eaters of flesh. We have to be very mindful. And Jeremiah 29, I don't mean to ramble on, but Jeremiah 29, 6,
You're not rambling.
5 and 6, Jeremiah tells us he told them when they went into captivity, in the Babylonian captivity, build you houses, plant gardens, and eat of it. Why does he want us to be more of a plant-based environment? Because we're holy peoples. I mean, not just being holy in the spiritual aspect, in the physical aspect. So we have to really control what we eat. We should have autonomy when we eat, because what the other people eat is different than what we eat. They have high body fat. We don't carry the kind of body fat originally. So we have a lot of issues we have to deal with. We have to deal with the food first. Genesis 1:29, it started with us being more fruitarians, to say, of fruit. Not all fruits are sweet. And that's something they tell us, that they label it because of taxonomy and botany. They label a lot of fruits vegetables, and they're not vegetables, they're really fruit. They have seeds in it. Cucumbers are fruit, but it's not a sweet fruit. There's other things that's fruits. So we just have to be mindful and like you said, study. And we'll get there when we come together and use our minds, because it's in us. And then we'll learn how to eat right, because if you're sick, your temple, you cannot have any kind of good health without taking care. So your food is your medicine. That's what I want to say. Didn't mean to ramble on, but I just wanted to make that statement.
Very well. And you made your statement very well. There's no complaining. We don't have a problem with that. All right. Are there any other comments? Any other statements? Any other
Casey,
questions?
Not for now. I'll find something else. No. Okay.
Someone else wants to speak?
Casey has a hand up.
Okay, Case.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom again, family.
Shabbat Shalom.
Hey, we had this discussion once before when I was blessed to be there in Goshen, Georgia, sitting in your living room of your beautiful home, my beloved Nasi, Israel. And this is what I'm trying to share with you, brothers. You made the beautiful statement earlier, and I like to second that statement. Please correct me if I'm in error. Now that's love, and that's the humbleness that the Creator commands us to have, because pride comes before the fall and destruction. Okay, this is the argument. This is what I was trying to share with you two brothers in the past. You have a good argument with the exception of one point. We are commanded not to add to Torah and not to diminish from it. You should not make the argument that these animals are not kosher. You should make the argument that these animals have been denatured. These animals are not doing what they would naturally do as the Creator created them to do in their natural environment. Because of greed, mankind has removed these animals from their natural environment, and these animals have been denatured. If a chicken is unclean, then a quail is also unclean. And there's too many examples in Torah where we ate quail. It's not about what the animal eats. It's about how the animal digests what he eats. If you read Torah in Leviticus, nowhere in there will you see it commands you to eat a certain animal because of what he eats. It commands you to eat certain animals and not to eat certain animals because of how they digest what they eat. And the way you truly tell a kosher bird from an unkosher bird, all of the birds that are not kosher are raptors or birds of prey. And some of them, well, all of them, not some of them, an eagle, a hawk, a seahawk, a garhawk, a buzzard, all of them will feed on carrion, decomposing flesh when they cannot catch prey on their own. These birds do not have a gizzard or a crotch, which is designed to grind and digest grain, because birds do not have teeth. They can't chew the seeds and the grain that they eat. They have another organ in their digestive system called a gizzard and a croc. And these muscles, that tough muscle called a gizzard, they also pick grit. These birds consume small stones and small and large grains of sand. They even, if they can't find that, they consume small pieces of glass. And this glass will be contained in that organ called a croc. And that croc has strong muscles called a gizzard. And this gizzard squeezes and contracts the grain with those small stones, the same way you would make stone ground wheat. You would grind the seed to turn it into flour to make bread. These birds do the same. In order to find out if a bird is kosher or not, slaughter him and see if he has a gizzard and a croc to digest grain. These birds also need protein. They also forage and eat insects, worms, and grubs. A quail is nothing but a small chicken, and a quail's skin is the same color as a chicken's skin. They even have chickens with black skin. They have chickens with pink skin. They have chickens with red skin. It depends on the variety and the breed. It's not about what the animal eats. Even when it speaks about what they call cattle, the word cattle, you'll hear in scriptures where it speaks about lesser cattle and greater cattle. Greater cattle are what we call cows today, or the bovine family. Lesser cattle are your goats and your sheep. It speaks about greater cattle and lesser cattle. And it's the way you distinguish a clean animal from an unclean animal is, does it have a cloven hoof or a split hoof? And does it chew the cud? Chewing the cud is not what the animal eats. It's how the animal digests what he eats. You can denature a sheep and you can denature a goat and it'll eat meat. We have sheep here that'll eat goddamn dog food.
No, we don't, but sheep will.
Sheep will. A sheep will eat. You got to keep your dog food away from a sheep. If he's been denatured, if he's not getting enough protein in order to survive, a sheep will eat meat. If he's been denatured. The argument, I'm not saying don't make your argument. I'm saying make your argument from the standpoint of Do not eat these animals because they've been denatured. Your argument is the same, but now you're standing on facts. And a hybrid, there's nothing wrong with a hybrid. We have this thing against hybrids. Israel is a hybrid. All of the sons of Jacob married Canaanite women and Egyptian women. Israel is a hybrid. There's nothing wrong with being a hybrid. There are certain hybrids that the Creator does not intend, and the Creator himself has fixed it to where those hybrids will not reproduce. If you cross a horse and a donkey, those are two separate species. You produce a mule is sterile. He cannot reproduce. You'll never see a pregnant mule. He cannot reproduce because he cannot reproduce himself because our Creator did not intend for there to be mules on the face of the earth. If you want to find a hybrid that's kosher, can it reproduce itself? If it can reproduce itself, then the Creator has no problem with that animal being on the face of the earth. If the Creator does not want that animal on the face of the earth, he fixes it so it will not reproduce itself. And then you'll see several scriptures where the kings of Israel were rededicating the temple of the Creator after captivity when Solomon was first blessed to build the temple. And you'll see where the king offered 1,000 bulls to be sacrificed. It's impossible to have 1,000 bulls if you didn't have 1,000 cows to give birth to the bulls. You'll hear them speak about a stall-fed calf, the fatness of a stall-fed calf. Normally, you're going to take a female calf and put it in a stall because you don't want to get no physical activity, and you're going to feed it to fatten it up to marbleize the steak so you can enjoy the flavor of the meat. A male cow has testicles. That testosterone makes the meat tough. Whenever you hear the Creator speak about a stall, Israel gonna wax fat like a stall-fed calf, they're talking about a cow, a female. You put it in a small stall and feed it day and night to fatten it up. A cow eat all day long if you put a light out there. He eat all day long and all night long if you put a light out there. Our ancestors would put a calf in a stall, feed it all day, and put a candle light out there or a lamp out there and feed it at night too to fatten it up for the slaughter. It's going to be a female cow is what that's going to be. A bull is going to be too tough. It could be a steer, a castrated cow. A cow where they have removed the testicles because you want to remove the testosterone from the animal because that's what helps to cause the gout that the brother was speaking of. What the argument should be is Israel should not eat meat produced by the heathen. Israel should do as our ancestors did and produce and slaughter their own meat. You hear so many Israelites running around, Hebrew Israelites running around claiming they are priests and claiming the surname Kohen, and they vegans. It's impossible for you to be a vegan priest. When the people brought their offering to the gate of the tabernacle, the priest laid his hand on that offering. The priest put a basin under his neck. The priest cut the animal's throat, drained the blood in the basin, sprinkled some of the blood on the horns of the altar, put certain sections of the meat on the fire for the Creator with a bread offering and a wine offering. And the Creator himself said, when that smoke rises to heaven, it is a sweet savor unto the Creator. If you look up the word savor, it means a smell that is so intense, an aroma that is so intense, you can taste it. Sometimes you drive by a certain steakhouse and they're cooking up steaks and that vent is blowing that smoke out through the top vent of that steakhouse. The smell so, or you drive by Krispy Kreme donuts and they got that red sign on, they baking them donuts. And we suffer from too much diabetes. We need to stay out of Krispy Kreme. I was giving it as an example. I wish I had a better example. You drive by Krispy Kreme donuts and the smell of donuts is so strong, you can taste it. You can drive by a bakery baking bread or cookies. That's a savor. So basically what you're doing when you make an offering to the Creator, and every offering required the meat offering, a loaf of bread, and a half a hin of wine. The Creator is saying that smoke is such a sweet savor to him. Basically, you sharing a meal with the Creator. So the Creator is saying that meat tastes sweet to him. The wine tastes sweet and the bread tastes sweet to him. That savor is so strong, he can taste it. The aroma is so strong, he can taste it. It's pleasing, right? It's a pleasing aroma that you can taste it. It's so strong. The particles that's in that smoke, when you inhale that, when you breathe that in through your nose, your taste buds taste it. Is basically what that's saying. So you can't have these offerings. And, let me mention this part. The rest of the animal, unless it was a sin offering where they burnt the animal up completely, the whole animal, the majority of the offerings, the priest cut the throat of the animal, drained the blood in the basin. The priest slaughtered the animal, cut the animal up, and the priest put the animal in a basin. And each priest, according to his rank, took a meat hook, walked up to this big basin. The basin was so big he couldn't see what was in it. And he swung that meat hook over into the basin, and whatever piece of meat that meat hook pulled out of the basin, that piece of meat belonged to that priest to feed his household, because the priest didn't have no land. That's how the priest ate, from the offerings. The priest couldn't eat without the offerings. The sheep and the goats we have today, you won't find them in the wild either, because they're domesticated. You could cut them loose in the wild, they'll die if they didn't have human interaction taking care of them, because they've been domesticated. That's the same as saying denatured. These animals will eat some things they normally wouldn't eat in their natural environment, like the chicken, for instance, the jungle fowl. There's still wild chickens in the jungles of Asia today reproducing themselves that have never been domesticated by humans, that have a gizzard and a crop. And if you can reproduce a quail to get him large enough, a chicken to breed with a quail, and they'll produce offspring, because they're from the same Gulliform family. So your argument, my beloved brothers, and I do love you, your argument should be these animals have been denatured, therefore you should not eat them. And no one can come against that argument, because that's fact. These animals are not slaughtered in a kosher manner. So these animals are not kosher. They're not fit to eat. No one can argue against you. They have to shut up, throw their hands up in the air, because all you got to do is go to a slaughter plant. You don't have to go inside a slaughter plant. Just drive past it and roll your window down, and you'll know you shouldn't be eating anything produced in there. Just ride by and roll your window down. Our ancestors would not have eaten this. They not the way they slaughtered them. Like the brother just said about the gout. The animal is under stress when they slaughter the animal. So these hormones, these flight and fight hormones, are being released in the animal's bloodstream. They slaughter the animal. Those fight to flight hormones are now in the flesh of the animal. You bring it home, roast it on the grill, fry it in your pan, and eat it. You just got cross contaminations from those fight to flight hormones. That's affecting your health. So yes, you come down with gout, high blood pressure, hypertension, all type of cancers. Even though you never smoked cigarettes, never indulged in alcohol, you're still getting liver cancer.
Because you're eating too much of that.
You eating, and also our ancestors would not have eaten animal flesh 3 times a day as we do here in the States. When you look at Torah, you see where animals only ate animal flesh for the most part. It was some special occasion. Some guest was coming. Abraham instructed his wife to go slaughter a kid of the goats to serve the guests a meal. A man's wife gave birth to his firstborn son. He might slaughter a bullock or a cow and treat the whole village to a feast. On the high holy days and the feast days and Passover, outside of that, our ancestors ate a vegetable-based diet, a grain and vegetable-based diet. They probably ate more fish than they ate of 4-legged animals, living that close to the Mediterranean. Yeah, our ancestors wouldn't have eaten as much meat flesh. That should be your argument. These animals have been denatured. Therefore, we as Hebrew Israelites, to protect our spiritual integrity, should not consume these animals that have been denatured. They're not natural. There's a video on YouTube where you can see a sheep eating a mother chicken walks by with her chicks, and a goat eats one of the biddies. Eats a live biddy, eats it. There's another video with a sheep eating a mouse that was in the barn.
Standing over a bucket of chicks.
Yeah, another one, a goat standing over a bucket of chicks, baby chicks. He got to the hatchery and ate the baby chicks. Now, there's a reason why. Those animals need protein. And if you take them out of their natural environment where they cannot consume enough protein, just like a human being would do, they're going to substitute their natural source of protein, their plant-based source of protein, with any source of protein they can get. That's an animal that's been denatured. Years ago, a Chilean soccer team, their airplane crashed up in the Andes Mountains back in the 70s. And that's before they had GPS. They had search crews out looking for the plane. They had to resort to cannibalism and eat the other human beings that died on the plane crash in order to survive until the rescuers found them. Human beings do not normally eat human flesh. That's the perfect example of humans being placed in an environment where they were denatured and they ate something they normally would not eat. They have done the same thing
Right.
with chickens and other animals.
Right.
Yes, Nasi. Yes, Nasi.
I don't know when you came in on the lesson, but the majority of the things you said were already stated as far as why we should not eat those things. I don't want to turn this into a conversation primarily about eating the flesh unless the rest of the family agrees that this is the direction we want to walk in. Because if
I
this is
agree,
what
Nasi.
today's lesson needs to be about, I don't have a problem letting it go forward. But if there
Okay,
are other
Nasi.
types of issues that we need to address, then I would like to try to address the other issues. But if the
Okay, Nasi.
family agrees, we can put it to the floor. If the family agrees that we want to continue with this conversation, then by all means, we can continue with it. But if the family doesn't agree, then we have to move on to see if we have other questions to answer.
I agree,
But
Nasi.
there are a lot of things that you stated that even in my mind, I have a small rebuttal to, but I'm going to be disciplined in my response and I'm not going to respond to it. I'm going to allow the family to dictate how we move forward. Could we take all the hands down, please? Everybody lower your hand, please. Okay, so before we proceed, I would like to get a show of hands. If everybody would like to continue on with this conversation, please just raise your hand, please. All right, we got one hand out of 14 people, so I think we got
Nasi,
14.
Nasi,
Nasi.
allow me to say I respectfully yield to your decision. It's your platform, Nasi.
But see, here's the thing, Moray. It's not my decision because I didn't make the rule.
I agree.
Put it to a vote to the family and let the family decide how we move forward. I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
here to
Nasi.
dictate nothing. That's not how we do things.
Yes, sir. I agree. Remember, you and I had a conversation before where people refuse to yield to the authority. And I want to make that clear to the family that's listening, that out of respect for you, this is your platform. I yield to the decision that you just made. You're a Nasi in Israel, and that's due accorded respect. I yield to that decision. That's all I wanted to say.
Toda Rabah. But I yield to the decision of the people. It's not about me. It's not my mind. I respect your decision, Moray. I do. And I understand your position. But I try to go with the flow and where the people needs to be fed. That's where I try to feed them. And if they got an understanding from this and they don't need any more of us going back and forth, then so be it. I'm with it. Whatever we need to do. So now, since nobody voted to continue that conversation, it must be a lot of questions on the floor. Who wants to be first?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
It's not, well, okay. What we were talking about earlier, understanding the language that we speak, you know, it causes a lot of, you have to use discernment because like we're saying, cow is just a 14th century word, just mean a female bovine of an animal. Sheep doesn't necessarily mean the one that we see out here. It really doesn't when we do inspection. So, and another one last thing, plant-based versus vegan. Vegan, we're not vegans because that was created by somebody in the 1937 because he loved the animals. The vegan lifestyle eating is one thing a lot of people adapted, but we're more plant-based because we do eat flesh every now and then for purposes like the brother was saying. We had those conversations. So just to clear that up because it's very important. We're not vegan, we're plant-based. If any of us say that, because of when we have our feast days, we can't be. So we're mostly plant-based, to say. Optimal. So I'm done. I apologize if I did bring it back up.
No, you don't apologize. You meant to do that. You
Okay,
did
I
it
meant
very
that.
skillfully, but you meant to do that. You
Okay.
never apologize for something that you mean to do.
Okay.
Ishu, you would like to mention something, Ishu? You're on mute.
Shalom. So, yeah, it wasn't really a question, but more like just my experience. And I was talking to Sister Abigail, and we both acknowledged that it's been both of our experience. I know that, I noticed that throughout my years when I used to eat chicken and then not eat chicken, my cycle would be completely different. And over the last few years of not eating chicken, my cycle is really regulated, and I only have a flow for the maximum 2 to 3 days. And it's not even heavy like I know when I used to eat meat, I would have a complete heavy cycle. It would be, lasting for 6 days. And it just, just this conversation was just showing me again, like, and part of what Moray said about the altering of the animals also, and then, the pumping of the hormones and all those things is what also can cause us women and our hormones to go off track too. And that's why, and then part of it too, well, I'm not going to go into that because that's a whole nother conversation, but just, just experiencing and witnessing and just wanting to say, like, not eating chicken isn't just for, because it's, some people may say it's unkosher or unclean, but it's also, not, and maybe not for every woman, but I know for a lot of us, the hormones that they put into a lot of these animals, especially if you're not homegrown, can affect our monthly flow and our weight and our skin and everything. So that's just something to consider.
It also affects your mind and the way you think. And a lot of people don't consider that. They don't consider the spiritual effect of eating certain foods. They don't, and like I said earlier, we're supposed to eat to live. You know what I mean? So if you're eating to live, you should eat things that have that attribute, things that bring life to your body, and not that's going to die, sit, and rot in your flesh and your body. All right. Any other questions, fam? Now, y'all didn't want to have that time.
I have a question.
But nobody got questions. Okay, you got the floor, sis. Who's that got a question?
Hey, Shabbat Shalom. This is Sharon Ephraim.
Shalom, my sister.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
Tell your husband I said shalom, please.
King. I did have a question. It's more sort of piggyback off of what Uncle Tima Ford was saying. I do agree with her. I noticed that last month, I was in complete pain. As far as when my uncleanliness started to come on. And then I was like, okay, what did I do differently from last month and the month prior? And then I'm like, you know what? I did eat an excessive amount of meat last month. And when I say I was in complete pain, like I was like at a birthing center giving birth, I was in complete pain. Also, I wanted to pinpoint, I'm trying to wean myself from eating meat, but this month I noticed that I've been getting my meat fresh lately. And I noticed that it do take a different toll on my body. My body has to get readjusted to fresh meat versus meat that's been pumped with, different hormones and everything. Sometimes it has me going back and forth to the bathroom. But I feel like that's because my body is trying to regulate, the fresh meat that I'm really not immune to. I don't want to go off too topic, but I did have a curiosity on when you eat to live, when you eat right, it does affect a woman's hormonal balance. With that being said, how are we supposed to distinguish the difference between being unclean for the amount of time that the Most High say we're supposed to be unclean versus eating to live and not showing your not being on your uncleanness for the amount of 7 days? Like Princess before said, her cycle was only for like 3 days, and I haven't experienced that as well. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, even though we eat healthy, we eat to live, and it do affect our hormone balances. Do we still, is that uncleanness period of time, are we still unclean even though we do not bleed for the whole 7 days? And I
Oh,
vow
okay.
out.
I was having a little trouble trying to follow your logic of questioning when you said you had a question, but you summed it up very well. Okay. The Creator gave to the women a certain amount of time that they are to be within that stage of uncleanliness. And the thing that triggers that uncleanliness is the blood flow. The thing that determines when she's unclean, how long, for the length of days, is also the blood flow. If a woman is if a cycle begins and it only lasts for 3 days, she's still unclean until the 8th day. If it lasts
Gotcha.
4 days, she's
Gotcha.
still unclean till the 8th day. Well, I have to say something, sis, because this is a thing that a lot of people don't understand, don't realize this part. Although her cycle may only last for a day or two, she still has to do the whole 7-day, a complete 7-day cycle, which ends up being clean on the 8th day. But now, if her cycle goes past the allotted 7 days, and let's say she bleeds for 9 days, she has to wait until her flow ceases. And once her flow ceases, then she's begun to count 7 days. And at the completion of that 7 days, then she's clean. Do you follow the difference?
Pain. Told everybody.
Okay. So that's a very, very important thing. And I thank you for bringing it up. A lot of people don't understand that. You have your normal cycle, which was a great question that you asked. If it's just 1 day that you bleed for, you're still unclean for a completion of 7 days, which means on the 8th day, you're clean. But if you bleed for 11 days, 12 days, or even 9 days, once your flow ceases, then you have to start counting. And then on the 8th day after that is the day that you're clean. Okay. And on that day, there was different type of offerings that you were required by the Creator to do. But you also have to remember that you have to bathe at the end of that day before the going down of the sun, so that you can be pronounced ritually, spiritually cleansed. But it's good that that came into your mind, because a lot of sisters and brothers are ignorant to that. It's not that they don't know, they just don't do it. And how can we return back to the Father except we begin to keep His commands? So thank you for that question, sis.
Kane, I was just always curious, because a lot of sisters do experience lighter blood flow when they eat much healthier. And I'd be like, well, aren't you still unclean? Oh no, I ain't unclean, I ain't bleeding, my blood flow is gone. But I'm like, you still haven't fulfilled your 7th day.
There you go.
So that's why, so that kind of, the topic at hand and what's being brought on the table kind of brought that memory back.
You are absolutely correct when you explain that to them. Those are the people. I don't want to talk bad about our people, but a lot of our people have a lazy mind. And what do I mean by lazy mind? We don't want to give the Creator the best of us. And a lot of us fall victim to that from time to time. Like, for example, here at Temple Kifaween, we pray 3 times a day. Mandatory 3, minimum 3. 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and before you go to bed. We pray a minimum of 3 times a day. That 5 o'clock in the morning prayer is the one that I'm speaking about the most, because a lot of people will make prayer right in their bed. They'll get up, roll over, and be in the bed. Because, oh, Creator, we pray for permission to approach unto you, and then lay right back down. They ain't even get up. Some of them just open their eyes and start their prayer. That's not putting forth the proper effort to reverence the Most High. See, when you worship in the Most High, you have to put yourself in a very uncomfortable position to show Him that you're willing to do this for him, for his name's sake, to give him glory. A lot of people don't go through the extra mile to reverence this king. But then when we need something, or when we desire something, or we want our lives to be a certain way, we want him to go the extra mile for us. And that's not right. That's not right. We should be willing to, there's nothing, first of all, that we can do for the Creator. He has everything. He owns everything. He is everything. So there's really nothing that we can do to him except things that we do of our own free will. He doesn't want us to serve him because we're forced to do it. He wants us to serve him when everything is going great in our lives. Man, I make $6 million a year and I'm still serving the Creator. You understand? That's the type of mindset we have to have. When it's time to make prayer, get up out the bed, go wash yourself up, freshen yourself, anoint yourself, prostrate yourself on that floor, and get the Most High his due praise. And when we get into that mind state, then we will begin to understand what it means to worship this king. Passover comes around. Well, I'm vegan, I don't eat meat. Well, bro, you got to put yourself in a very uncomfortable position. Even if you just eat a little bit, you got to keep that command. You have to eat meat on that day because the Creator commands you to eat it. I don't eat meat. I'm vegan. I don't eat it except for Pesach. When Pesach come around, I eat a little bit, just enough to say I ate it, but I don't gobble it down. I don't eat a whole bunch of it, but I eat a little portion. And that's in reverence and honor to the Most High because he requires it of me. So you can take that little portion of what I just stated and put it in and apply it to many different ways of your life, many different situations in your life. One of those situations is in relationships. The hard part about a relationship, and a lot of people might not want to talk about it. Before I go there, let me ask my sister, Abigail, are there any hands raised?
Madiah has her hand up.
All right, I won't go there. I'm gonna leave it alone and I'm gonna take the next question. But if you want to hear that portion, somebody please remind me of that, how you cannot worship the Most High in your relationship. Go ahead, Isha, you got the floor.
No, it's just going to be brief, so you can definitely continue with your statement, your lesson. I just wanted to, what Sharon was saying about eating meat that you get fresh meat. I noticed that when we slaughtered the goat for Sukkot and I ate it, it didn't alter my hormones at all. Like it was because, you know, we grew it and we slaughtered it and we knew everything, you know, where it came from and everything and what it was fed. I actually didn't feel the same, I guess I could say, energy and tiredness and from eating meat, you know, from eating the goat like I used to feel. Even this year for Kakmat, so, you know, we ordered extra lamb from Casey. And we did that because our sheep aren't ready to be slaughtered. Well, we don't have lambs ready, but just so we can have fresh lamb from a farm that we know is ran by Hebrews. We know what they eat. We know how they're being raised. They're not being abused on any levels. And also because so many Hebrew Israelites, you know, during this time, they want lamb. So they, instead of sacrificing a little extra dollars, they go to the grocery stores and get all this meat. And then it's not even, like you said earlier, you're eating stuff that could have died of itself, that has hormones and all those things. So a lot of it, we're, you know, we saying we keep in the holy day, we keep in the Passover, but we're actually profaning it by eating of those meats during that time, especially during the holy day time. And then I just wanted to say another, you know, thing that we sisters have to consider about our cycle, because the sanitary napkins we use and things can prolong our cycles as well. Those chemicals that are in those pads. So there's so many more options now of alternatives to those pads. So, that's just something I thought about when we were just having that conversation.
Very good. Thank you very much. You put your hand down, please, Amy. So that information for the family, Sister Casey is on the line. This is the Shabbat day, so I have to be delicate in what I say. It would behoove everyone here that's trying to keep the Pesach to get in touch with the sister that's here on the line, slide your number to her in some type of way, and I'm sure she'll call you Achrei Shabbat, because she can be very helpful in you keeping this law in a more respectful way to the Creator, as opposed to going to purchase your meats at a butcher shop, as opposed to getting the lamb from a market or some source that you're not aware of how they got what they got, and whether the animal was lawful or however it might be. My sister, she takes on that task, her and her husband, they take on the task of raising animals and supplying the nation with animals, but they do it at a cost. So that's why I can't talk too much about it. But I don't want you all to get off the line without reaching out to her. If you are a law-abiding Hebrew Israelite who keeps the Pesach, that's probably somebody you would want to speak to. All right. Now, what I was speaking about earlier, if there are no other questions, you have a question?
Oh, it's the relationship.
Yeah. We was talking about giving the Most High the best of you, and how you give the Creator, you go the extra mile to worship Him, to give Him the very best of you, and how a lot of people in relationships don't do that. We'll see where the Most High says, men, if you take a wife, you out the war and you take a wife, and I want y'all to pay attention to this portion. The Most High says in the book of Deuteronomy, I believe it is, if you're out to war and you see a woman with a Yafet Basar, a beautiful body, the first attraction of a man is a beauty in a woman's physique. And you decide you want to make her your wife. You take this woman and you take her to your home. You par her nails, you shave her head for 30 days and let her mourn for her family for 30 days. That whole thing is a process. It's a science to what the Father said. But I want you to take notice to the very first thing that He said. He said, if you see a woman with a Yafet or Yofei Basar, a beautiful body, and you desire her to yourself, you are to take her where? To your home. And so many men or males, so many males don't have a home to provide for. Therefore, you shouldn't be thinking about a wife. But you know what happens? That becomes a little confusing, which means that I can't have sex. Most men are only worried about having a piece of snatch, and they're not worried about having a wife. That's another sacrifice that they're making. Instead of getting themselves in a perfect alignment with this king, they go and give in to their fleshly desires. Just like the person that didn't want to get out of the bed, they gave into their fleshly desires as opposed to giving into their spiritual nature and worshiping this king. If you don't have a wife, then sexual intercourse should be off the table for you until you get a woman of your own. If you want to take a wife, then the first thing you should do is have a home, somewhere for her to reside, somewhere that you can take her and place her. Because if you don't, you shouldn't have her. What did the Most High says in the book of Deuteronomy, the 24th chapter, I believe it is, when the Most High says, if a man find an uncleanness in a woman, let him give her a bill of divorcement and do what? Send her out of his house, which again is the law, which shows that a man who takes a wife must provide her into his house. Let's look at this a different way. Let's say if I met a wife, if I met a woman and I wanted to marry her, and she already had a house and I didn't have a house, and she already had a house, and I moved into her house with her.
Backwards.
First of all, that's something that shouldn't be done, but there is ways to try to rectify that situation. She already got a house and I move into the house with her. The one thing that you can do as a man that will put you, in my opinion, and it's all my opinion, the one thing you can do as a man that will put you in a better position is pay off the house. Pay off the house, pay the bills, and if you got any sense, you will put that house in your name and her name. Because when it's all over and done with, she taking it. But if you're a man like me, I'm gonna tell you, if you're a man like me, now it's just everybody don't move like Prince moved. But I don't need the house in my name. I'll pay it off and leave it in her name. You know why? This is what I've learned. If you strip me of everything that I have, I'll get it back. Most women can't do that. I'm not saying all women. Some women out there are strong, but most women shouldn't even have to be in a position to do that. If she sacrificed her life with you for, a lot of men gonna look at me and say, Prince, you got issues, man. You shouldn't do this. If she sacrificed her life with you and she's been a good wife, then she should always leave that marriage with something. Let her have a house. She can have a house, she can have a car. I don't worry about none of that because I could do it again and again and again and again. And I'm gonna keep doing it until the Most High takes the breath of life out of me. But that's the difference between a man and a male. Men handle their business. And we don't look for a woman to find comfort in and ease Eve up off of her and mooch up off of her and don't pay our way. A lot of men think that if I move into a woman's house and I just pay the bills, that it's acceptable, but it's not. Be the dominant force in that home. Pay it off. Get rid of the note. Even if you got to pay the note every month, you take on that responsibility. Then you can command a little respect in that home. But if it's her home and she's still paying the bills, I promise you, you're setting yourself up, brother. Yes.
Question. The part where you said shave her head and nails and stuff. You so Israelite man is supposed to do that to any woman that he gets?
No, that's a specific thing. I like it symbolically. The science behind it is great. What the science shows is that you are to humble your woman. See, it didn't say the man had to cut his nails and bald his head because that's a sign of humility for a man. But the man was supposed to stay in the dominant role and the woman was supposed to be humble.
But who, okay, was that what said, like, you said that's not with every Israelite woman. So
no, I'm saying that's not in every situation. It's talking about when you went out to war and took a wife. When you found a wife of a, let me explain to you.
Okay.
Yes, because she's foreign, but because she has a different culture, a different spirit, a different energy. Everything about her is different. And she's haughty. The only thing she knows is what she's been taught by her people. So to start her over from scratch, you cut off her beauty. You cut off her beauty and you make her ugly. In ugliness, women find humility. They do. When you make a woman ugly, she finds, even a man, when a man get beat up and he got a black eye and a busted teeth, how does he talk after that? Hi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. They get humbled. Seriously. So what the creator is doing is the creator is humbling the female. No man can marry a woman. This is another problem. No man can marry a woman and nothing about her changes. I got a brother who married this woman. He married his sister down south. So the woman was staying in his house. She was in a PHA government house. This lesson that turned into something else, but it's something that needs to be said. She was in a PHA government house where her rent might have been $35 a month, but the house was nice. So he marries her. He goes down there and he lives in this house with this sister. And I said, yo, bro, you can't do that. What do you mean? I said, well, if you marry a woman, you got to uproot her from her original. And a lot of y'all might disagree, but I'm telling you, it's a science in it. It is something that should be done. You have to root her up from her own, the environment that she's accustomed to, and place her in your environment where you are the king. If you do not do this, you're going to have problems out of that woman. What do you mean? Man, let me tell you something. It's something about a person that's used to their environment, their condition, their customs. And if you don't uproot her and move her into a new place, everything that she's accustomed to doing is going to come right back in, and it's going to violate the sanctity and the spirit and the development of what you're trying to bring about. There was an ancient ruler. His name was Tiglath-Pileser. Tiglath-Pileser. Look it up. Tilglathpilser. Tiglath-Pileser. He was the first ruler who came up with the idea of conquering a nation and uprooting them out of that land and putting them down in another land. What does that do? It causes confusion in the mind of the people. The people are trying to get acclimated to their new environment. So they got too many things that they're trying to get accustomed to than to uproar against the king. Same thing with a man and a wife. When you find yourself a wife, as the Creator says in the law, you bring her to your house. And she got too many things to focus on to still be that arrogant. Now, she's still arrogant when she get in your house. She don't need to be your wife. She come up in the house. Oh, I ain't cooking nothing, bro. I ain't doing nothing. You can't talk to me. We're not going to have emotional times. I'm cutting out no. Something wrong. But there's a lot of people, there's a lot of males that I'm serious, and listen, I know a bunch of them. Matter of fact, I used to be one of them. I fell in that trap one time in my life. I fell in that circle where the laws of the Most High was secondary to me because I catered to the desires of a woman. So yeah, I was a victim too. That's how I can speak about it so good. Because I was there. I know what it's like. And today, my experiences from that is what I can share with you, with other brothers and sisters, so that they can avoid the things that I did. That's why I think the Creator took me through it. Because in order for me to teach prolifically about a situation, I had to experience it firsthand. And I did. I experienced it for 3 years. So I know what it's like when I tell you what I'm telling you. I've experienced it. Experience makes the best teacher. Or a fool. And I was a fool. But I ain't a fool no more. I know the rules. And when I say I know the rules, I know them firsthand experience. Brothers, never move into your woman's house unless you're going to take over and be the man of the house. But the problem is with today's women, a lot of today's women don't want to let you be the man of the house. A lot of today's women, when they got a house and you meet them and you move into their house, ain't nothing changing. They're arrogant, they're demanding, they're disrespectful because it's theirs. As far as they see, it's theirs. So I would suggest you put down some type of kinglyship, pay off the mortgage, take over the mortgage, demand, not through your words, but through your actions, that you be respected in that home. Other than that, you ain't got a chance. And you just playing house. You're not married, you're playing house. Because soon as she gets angry, oh, see ya, bye. I remember this one, she used to tell me, I had this before I met you. I said, what? You ain't did nothing for me. I said, what? Okay, all right, no problem. And I left, and I was gone. So I don't want to talk too much about that situation, unless y'all want me to. But other than that, I don't want to talk too much about that situation. It was a horrible situation. but I made a promise to the Most High that I would never, ever be in a relationship like that again. If he got a lesson to teach me a different way, because I don't want to experience that ever again. I don't know if, see, I've always been a man. Even as I was a boy, I was a man. Even as a boy. Even as a child, I was a man. In the way I thought, the way I handled my business, the way I conducted my life. And when the Creator took me into that situation, I wasn't a man. I was a male, but I wasn't a man. I was stripped of my manliness to experience what I had to experience. Even the laws of the Most High was cast behind my back as I did certain things. I wasn't a man, and I could never stand up and be a man until the day that I got away from that situation. And my manliness became to come back to me once again. And all that I had walked away from and abandoned, the Father allowed me to experience it in a stronger, magnified level than I ever had it before. So I thank him for the experience. I thank him that I made it through, because a lot of males don't make it through. So anyway, what am I talking about? I'm talking about some of the things that we sacrifice and don't give all of our energy unto the Creator. And I brought it down how when the Father says to a man, when you take a wife, bring her into your house, and how a lot of men don't do that today. I promise you, you'll end up regretting it later, unless you made some type of provisions so that that doesn't happen. But I promise you, I don't care how good it may appear to be in the first couple of years, because it's going to look good in the first couple of years. But the moment she feels she got the upper hand, that's what she's going to do. And believe me, it's not going to work. I don't know all y'all situations. I'm not specifically talking to you unless I'm talking to you. I don't know your situation, but if this is ringing home, believe me, pay attention. The other part of that, not wanting to give the Most High the best of you, is when a wife is married to a husband and he's not her desire. That's a violation of the laws of the Most High. The Most High says to the woman, your husband, your desire shall be to your husband. The Creator never said that your desire should be to him. Never. He told the woman specifically, we know that you are supposed to reverence and honor the Most High. All in the sound of my voice, all underneath of the heavens are supposed to honor the Creator and reverence him and worship him. But he never said that to the woman. He said the only direct command that he gave to the woman was that your desires, and the Most High don't share his glory with no one. He says to the woman, your desire should be to your husband. But when it comes to a woman showing humility to her husband because she disagrees with him, all of a sudden she gets, what's that? Arrogant. She gets, oh, I got to be heard. She felt everything changes. Well, what about the law that the Most High said? Your desire should be where? Now, I'm not talking about a rude, disrespectful man that's just physically, mentally, spiritually abusive. In those situations, you seek help. But I'm talking about simple things. Oh, you don't listen to me. Wait a minute. I'm not saying that a man shouldn't have conversations with his wife. But all y'all know, and let's deal with this issue for real, because all y'all know what I'm talking about. Sometimes women can be redundant in the things that they're saying over and over and over because they're not satisfied with the result or answer that you gave them. Sometimes it can be that way. Well, what happened to you listening to what the Father said when he says your desires should be to your husband? Second part, and he shall what? He shall rule over you. Now, some people take that to another extreme, and their rulingship is just wicked and evil. We're not talking about that situation. If you're in that situation, you shall seek counsel with your leadership, and your leadership will have to help you resolve that situation. We're talking about a one-sided situation where you feel as though this man is not listening to me. He ain't doing what I say he needs to do or what I think he needs to do. Who are you? How many of us can go to the king and tell the king what we want the king to do? And if the king don't do it, we mad at the king, we leave it. How many of us do that? I mean, for real. How many of us do that? Man, I hate the way that they treat my people in this earth. I write a letter to the president, nothing changes. What can I do to the president? I'm gonna get mad, don't talk to the president? Or I'm not gonna give the president none of my money? What am I gonna do? There's nothing. The Most High said in the scriptures that there will be no power in your hands, no might in your hands to do anything against that nation that he sends you into. It's nothing you can do. Except the rulings that has been handed down. So is it in the household with a real man. But a lot of our women don't see it that way. I'm flesh and blood. I'm a woman. I got rights. What right do you have except the right that your husband gives you? I mean, honestly. Oh, Prince, I didn't know you thought that way. Then how did you think I thought? I'm strictly talking about Torah. I didn't give my own opinion in the matter. Usually I clarify this as my opinion. Not once during this portion did I say, this is my opinion. This is just my opinion. I gave you the law. And then I shared with you the problems that we have when it comes time to obey the law. Now, you didn't have a problem when I showed the brother's inadequacy and willing to give the Most High the best of him when he takes a wife and ain't got a place to give her. You was all with me. I see you back there clapping. Yeah, Prince, get it, Prince. But now I show you and expose you to your sin, your problem. You don't want to hear it. Oh, well, I'm a human. I'm a woman. And I got to say so in this too. He just can't tell me and do what he can. He absolutely can. And if you don't do what the Most High said that you're supposed to do, then the Creator will deal with you. Now, if you was a fool and you married a fool, a wicked man, that's your problem. That's why you got to be careful about the man you marry. Seriously. And you got to go before the leadership and try to get up out of that situation. Because guess what? If he doesn't want to give you a bill, you better have a strong case for the leadership to give you one. That man can cause you to suffer the rest of your life for you doing some of the things that you did to him. He don't have to touch you. Know what he can do? He can put you on his side. You will never be with another man unless you violate the laws of the Almighty. If you make a vow to the Creator, let me show you the kind of power that the Most High gives to a man. Sisters, this is why you got to be careful of the man you marry. If you make a vow to the Most High and that man hears that vow, that man has the power to say, that don't even stand. Creator, that don't mean nothing no more. And guess what? You can't do what you said you wanted to do because he disannulled your vow. The Creator gave the ability to your father and to your husband. If you don't have a husband and you got a father and you live in your father's house, then your father can disannul your vow. If you leave out of your father's house and you got a husband, right? Then your husband can disannul your vow.
Why do you think the Most High gave that kind of power to?
Because a man stands in the image of the Almighty.
On the earth?
On the earth. We are supposed to rule and dominate over everything in the planet, even our women. You know something else that a lot of women don't want to really acknowledge? Are there any hands up, sis? Because if there are any hands, I want to address that first.
No,
No, but I did want to, when she asked, why did the Most High give man that type of power? Part of me thinks also because us women, like if your father and your husband have that type of power to disallow a vow, I think sometimes because we can make a vow in the heat of a moment that can cost us our life, or just that we just did it. Like some people like, oh, Creator, if you take this away, I'll never do this thing again, knowing that realistically it may happen again. You know what I mean? So I think that it's part of not just having that rulership over us, but also saving us from our own emotional, outbreak, or, outburst or whatever, or just making a decision to make a vow on something that we truly may not completely understand.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. Thank you for that comment. Sister Casey?
Hey, Shabbat Shalom again, family.
Shabbat
First of
shalom.
all, let me reiterate, Nasi, awesome Shabbat class. I'm so blessed I was able to join in today. This is awesome. You lifting my spirits, and good subject as well. And you're right on the money as well, Nasi. You and your issue right on the money. The Creator gave man dominion over all things on the face of the earth. Then he commands a man to go out and conquer a piece of the land and subdue it and make it bring forth its increase. And normally you see them subscribe that as that man's house, as Nasi was correctly stating earlier. A man is supposed to establish a house. Then he brings a woman into that house as his wife to be his helpmate to help him build up that house. So if a woman is out in public and she may vow something, if that man hears of that vow and he lets it stand, then his house is responsible to pay that vow, make sure that vow comes to fruition. The man is supposed to know the inventory of his house, because as Nasik said, the Creator gave the man dominion over it. So the man, let's say someone else's house, one of your neighbor's house burns down. And as our beloved sister Madaya just said, the woman might be in the emotional heat of the moment, and she might tell the neighbor, "Oh man, I hate y'all lost everything, your house and y'all burnt down, y'all lost all your livestock. I'm gonna pledge 5 cows to y'all so y'all can get established again, because y'all used to raise cattle." Then the husband hears of that vow, and the husband said, "Wait a minute, hold on, we can't afford to give up no 5 cows." The husband can disavow that vow, and the Creator said that vow is void. Right. The husband, as Nasik is saying, has authority over his house, and his wife is an intricate part of his house. So the vow of that wife, because that man and that woman are one twine, the vow of that wife is the vow of that man. So if that man was not, if I remember correct, the Torah even states if the man is present, or it says if he hears of it later on, he can let it stand or disallow that vow, because that vow, his house will have to make that vow good. If that woman's still part of her father's house, her father, once again, Creator gave her father dominion, then her father's house must make that vow stand. Right. Beautiful lesson. I see y'all right on the money.
Torah Rabbah. Are there any other comments? Any other questions?
If I can make a comment.
Yes, sis, you have the floor.
I understand the sister's question as far as because being raised in this culture, it would make you question, why does a father or a husband, have the right to do that? But if you were speaking or thinking of our biblical culture, our ancient culture, there weren't, quote unquote, independent women that just live in and of themselves. Even widows were still considered under someone's covering.
Absolutely.
And we speak of this quite a bit, that in modern day time, we have all of these women that come into the knowledge of Israel and say or prescribe to being a part of this culture, but they don't really adhere to our cultural norms or really go back to the cultural requirements of us as women. We'll put our head wraps on, we'll put some zits or some fringes on, but we really won't look and say, wait a minute, as a woman, I'm here uncovered, which is like unto being naked, but and cover ourselves in that way. And that is under the authority of a man. And part of that authority is being able to agree or disagree, agree or disallow our words.
Absolutely.
So only in this context, in this culture, would, a question like that be valid, because if we were truly adhering and going back to our cultural norms, going back to our way of life, that the thought process would be wiped from us. We would understand that this, our authority, our covering, that's what he's there for. To cover in always, clothing, roof, to be the backing of our words. What if we fall? Like, what if we cannot in and of ourselves produce what we vowed to do? Then whose responsibility is that? Our covering. And that's our need. That was,
If we can't even do what we said, then it would be up to you.
Absolutely
And
right.
it will fall on you.
Absolutely right. All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Yes.
I have one. Okay, the part where you express that men have the dominion over the earth, right, including their own households, which includes the women, of course. So I guess my question is like, do women have a certain amount of authority over earth as well?
Yes, the woman, after the leadership of the husband or the man, then is the woman. Then is the child. You see? First is the man. First is the creator above all things. Everything is in submission to the Most High's will. And then after that, it's the man. This is why no woman should be trying to tell her man, trying to rule her man. Put it that way. No woman should be trying to rule her man. If a man is wise, then he has a wife that he can hear. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it's a difference when a man is hearing his wife and obeying his wife. There's a big difference. If he's wise, he's going to marry a woman that he can listen to, that he can hear. But the decision of how he moves is his decision.
Right.
She don't have to like his decision. Matter of fact, she can totally despise his decision. But he has to move how he sees best and can't be persuaded by trying to give in to his emotional side of pleasing his wife against what he knows is right or wrong. I put up a post the other day in my room, and a lot of people came back with a whole lot of comments. People didn't understand. So I'm gonna mention the post right here. And I'm gonna give an explanation as to why I say what I say. And you might can understand it since you heard me speak a little bit today. You maybe can understand the post. The post says that a man should never marry the woman that he loves. But a woman, it would do her good to marry a man that she loves. Do everybody understand that? Is there anyone who don't understand that? A man should never marry a woman that he is in love with. That he is in love with. A man should never marry a woman that he is in love with. But a woman should always marry a man that she's in love. Not always, but it is good for a woman to marry a man that she's in love with. You understand? You understand? Anybody need to have that explained? Does anybody need an explanation of that?
Came, me, sir.
All right. Did somebody say something?
That's me.
Who's
That's
me?
right.
Hey, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
How are you?
Shalom. I'm doing good. Doing good.
All right. All right. Let me explain that then, since I need to explain it. A man's first duty is to honor and praise and reverence the King of all creation, the Most High. When a man is in love with a thing, that thing that he is in love with, and I never said not love. You can love her. I ain't got no problem with you loving her. But when you in love, you tend to bend to their will. A man should never bend to the will of anything or anybody other than the Almighty. That's what a man is commanded to do. But you can love a lot of things. And I'm talking in the true sense of the word love, not this stuff that we call love today. This is garbage. This is trash out here that they call love. Oh, I feel this emotion. I love you. We get married. When you get me mad, I want a divorce. That ain't love. That ain't love. And you ain't never loved me. Love is when you, even through the hard times, you stick there and you try to make it work. You do the very best. Now, there is a point of tolerance where you can't tolerate it anymore, but you do your very best to keep that person in good standards, provisions, and everything, because you really love that individual, like the Most High did with us, the children of Israel. He don't like what we do. but he still provides for us. He still takes care of us. He still gives us the opportunity to make our way back to him. That's love. This stuff here, oh, you make me sweat. I like the way you look. Oh, I feel juicy when I'm around you. I feel googly.
Wow.
I feel like a rabbit. I like it. Come on, marry me. Because we want to keep the laws of the creator, so marry me so we can make whoopee. So you get married. 4 or 5 years later, oh man, all hell break loose. The test of time, because time is your true teller of all things. The test of time kicks in. And all of a sudden, he don't turn you on like he used to when it was new. He don't make you smile like he used to when it was new. He don't make you feel, oh, you changing up on me now. No, he ain't changing. You just getting bored with him. He's becoming to be predictable. So when he gets predictable, you already know what he's going to do. It's not exciting to you anymore. So you start more and more and more falling out of love. What you call love. That wasn't love. You can never fall out of nor in love. If it's love, it is. And it's an action thing that takes place. It's not an emotional feeling in how you get all tangled up and start making your decisions based upon it. If a man is in love with a woman, he should never marry her, because if she's an evil woman, or even if she ain't evil, because women ain't got to be evil to seek their desires to be performed in your life. And if you're in love with her, it clouds your judgment. As a man, it clouds your judgment. And you will become the servant and she will become the master.
That's a sin.
That's what a simp is. That's exactly right. But remember, you can be heard. Everybody can hear you now.
I know. I'm with it.
That's exactly what it is. They classify that as simps. But strangely, you'll be surprised of how many men are like that. And a lot of men are effective like that because of the men in their lives, as their example was those type of men. The women in their lives are usually the dominant force and energy in their lives. Therefore, they grow up. I got women that I know that teach their men to cater to women. I can't teach my son to do that. I have to teach my son the responsibilities of a man. You provide, you take care of, you protect, you nourish your woman. But to cater to a woman means that you're now giving over to what you know is right and giving her what she desires. And what she desires may not always be right, just because she desires it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have the fortitude to stand your grounds when she's wrong in her desires, then you're in love with her. And when you're in love, you heard Will Smith say it the other day, love will make you do some strange things. And that's because he was in love with that woman. If he loved that woman, then he would stand up and be the man that he's supposed to be. Because why are you crying? Why are you crying, babe? Because he's cracking jokes on me. Oh, babe, come on, suck it up. We'll talk about it later. Oh, I have a talk with him later on. We'll deal with that issue later. Not get up, not do the things that was done. All type of things just took place when he did that because he didn't stand in his position as a man. Now, Will Smith ain't the only example we can utilize to correct that, because I know a lot of men that's sitting in the prison houses right now for that very same reason. Because they, as men, as males, were not men. And a man is going to stay and move in righteousness and in decency and order all the days of his life. But once you give in to that woman's desire and allow it to rule you, you do things like Will did. Without even thinking, you do things like he did. All right, my sister Trucelia has her hand up. I will be quiet and let my sister speak. You have the floor, sis.
Thank you. Now, in scripture, there were women who had leadership roles, such as Deborah, right? Who was I think she was a prophet. Was she a prophetess?
Yes.
Yeah. And she made decisions, I guess, because she was connected with the creator, and she actually to me, her role at that point in time was supposed to be the men's role. But she was the prophet at that time. How would you classify her in our day? Because we have a lot of women that come into the knowledge, and they're in really, I mean, they're in leadership roles. How would a woman who are in a lot of leadership roles, they've been like that since youth, or since they came out of school, college, did their own business, everything. How can a woman who come into this knowledge scale down and submit to a man who she desires to marry? I don't know what question. The question that I'm asking, it's kind of difficult at that
Sound
point.
like you asking more than one question.
Yes, I am. Well, how would we deal with a woman like Deborah in our day?
Yeah,
But
you're
Deborah
asking.
was righteous in her.
You're
eyes.
asking more than one question. Let me explain to you. Now, Deborah understood a position.
Mhm.
But here's the thing. If you don't have a man to lead, who else is going to do the job? If you don't have a man to lead, who else is going to do the job? And at that time, there was no leader standing up in Israel. What was that? Barak? Barak was a soldier. He was a good dude, but Barak said he wants her to do it. So how much of a man was Barak? Think about it for a second, fam. In reference to the sisters of today's time, we have leaders in the nation of Israel today. We have a lot of leaders, and we have some very few, in my opinion, I have to classify that as my opinion. We have very few that's qualified to really lead the Most High's people. But because of that, when there are leadership, you should seek out those leaders, and you should try to get yourself close to those leaders so that they can lead and instruct and guide you in the proper ways of the Almighty. Today, that's not what's happening. The way that the Europeans have transfigured our minds, everybody think they're a leader. A lot of people go and watch YouTube videos and come back 3 weeks later. They just came into this way, but in 5 months, they teaching people how to lead. I got one brother that's leading people right now. And I try to conversate and talk to the brother that you're not ready for this yet. All he does is watch YouTube videos and go back and teach his people what he heard. That spirit that's needed on leadership, that spirit that's needed within leadership is not present in everybody. You know how you can tell? Because they're worried about blowing up. They're worried about how many people they can get. They're not worried about the quality of the individual's mind that they're feeding. They're not worried about that. They only want people to listen to what they say, do things the way that they say do it. They're not even allowing people to learn to go and research why they feel the way that they feel or why they're teaching what they're teaching. You just go do it. They want puppets. They just want a large gathering of people to do and think like they think. A real leader is going to teach a person to go out and search for themselves, to justify their own minds or their own thoughts or their own actions based upon the result that they got. A real leader is going to feed the people and deny himself of certain things so that he can feed the people. King Dawid, great example of leadership. A great example of leadership. Did he fall sometimes and make errors? Yes, he did. But his desire was for the people. King Solomon, another example, perfect example. King Solomon's desire was for the people. His desire wasn't just for himself. Matter of fact, it wasn't for himself at all. When he had the opportunity to go before the Most High and asked something of the Most High, he prayed to the Creator that he could properly lead the people of the Most High and discern for the people that he was leading how to properly make decisions and help them to better their lives. He even prayed a prayer for the people, saying something like, Creator, if the people sin and they need to come to you in prayer, please hear their prayers. How many times you heard something like that, Sister Abigail? I picked up on that when you mentioned that in your prayer, and that's why it touched me. And I made known to that, and I didn't know we was going to get into that through this lesson. See, these are spiritual matters that you look for when you're looking at leadership. A lot of people don't even care about the people. All they care about is how much wealth they can get. Think about this for a minute. People like Creflo Dollar, one of those rich, multi-mega millionaire Christian teachers. Because you're a teacher don't make you a leader. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Some leaders can't teach. And a whole lot of teachers can't lead. So just because you teach, it don't make you leadership material. Now, if you're a leader and you're skilled in the ability of teaching, then you've been blessed twice. But people like Creflo Dollar, with all that wealth that he has, now I'm gonna point out a few people. Creflo Dollar, Louis Farrakhan, and what's that other guy's name? The bald head, dark Christian preacher guy. T.D. Jakes, right. Just those three people, and Louis Farrakhan, he's one of them. Louis Farrakhan, he's one of them. What is that? Louis Farrakhan. These people have been teaching for a long time. They have a lot of people believing in them and trusting them. They are filthy rich, every one of them. But the people around them are poor. The people who keep them rich are starving and striving, and so many things are taking place, but they're not feeding the people. Why is it that right now we don't have any schools built? Why is it right now we don't have any hospitals built? Why is it right now that we don't have the poverty situation under control with our people? Why is it right now that we don't have it set up so a lot of our youth can go get educated in these colleges or these trade schools so that they can learn to feed their families? But we got all these rich entertainers, all these, because they're not leaders. Leadership sets up so that the people will overcome, not so he can. Man, if I wanted to, I could drive me a Bentley and look at y'all and say, hey, shalom, while I'm riding down the street. But that Bentley money goes into the needs of the people. And that's how leadership should be judged, because that's how they should be moving. Farrakhan, just Farrakhan himself, he has enough money to do a whole lot of great works for this people, but he doesn't. Oprah Winfrey, enough money to do a whole lot of, it could make the situation in the Black community change overnight. What's that guy's name? That rapper name? Beyonce's husband? Jay-Z. Beyonce. Kanye. Now, I kind of think Kanye might end up doing something for the people because he got that kind of mindset. But the rest of those people they don't care about you. All the people come on the mic, Killer Mike, and all them other ones. The only one I heard talk with some sense was David Banner. And that's still just talk until it's actually produced. I did something real slick the other day. Intentionally, I did this. I was on a post with a live. I watched this brother do a live. What's that brother name from Philadelphia? Dr. Ufume. What's Umar Johnson? Dr. Ufume something. So, you know, he opened a school in Delaware, but he's always talking about Black empowerment. He's always talking all that stuff, right? So I put a post underneath of one of his comments so I know he'll see it. And I said, is it okay if I post the opening of one of our schools? We have a Hebrew Academy, and I wanted to just add it to your post so that some of your followers could possibly help and support, because we need all the help and support we can get. We do. We need all the help and support we can get. We got a lot of work to do,
And Prince can't do it all by himself. So I put it in there. He never responded. If he's really concerned about the people and he's in position, he has the exposure to help. He could have hit me on the inbox. Yo, Prince, I don't want you to post it there, but tell me about what y'all doing. What's going on over there? How y'all getting this and how you doing that? And you know what, Prince, if you go that route, I'm always open to hear people who know more than I do in different positions, in different places and statue that can help and benefit us so we can thrive and prosper as a people. That's what leadership does. Feed the people. And that's all we're supposed to do is feed the people. And if they're really about the people, you got to test them and see what they do, see what they say. If it's really about the people, you will know from their works, not from their words. The words don't mean nothing because a man can convince you he loves you. He'll tell you that all day and all night, but then he'll spoil you and give you all the worst things in life, making you a worse individual. He doesn't love you. He's in love with you. And a man should never marry a woman that he's in love with because all righteousness is off the table. So I hope y'all understand that.
Was Deborah in?
I would tell a man, don't ever even use the word love when you're talking to your woman. It's my advice. I would never, hey, Ima, have you ever heard me tell you I love you?
No.
Have you? And you ain't going to. But now, ask them, do they think I love them? You know why? Because it's not in my words. It's in my actions. It has to be in a man's actions. Forget his words mean nothing. He'll talk all that stuff just to make you feel good. I watched the video, this woman said, he told me everything he needed to tell me to get me in the bed, to marry me. And once he married me, everything else was off. Because he told her what he needed to tell her. He didn't show her nothing. And very few people today, when you get hooked up in a relationship, you don't look for things, you look to hear things. And if he can make you feel good by talking all that smooth talk, he got you. It ain't about that here. Produce the works. And I tell them the same thing. You don't ever have to tell me you love me. Show me how you feel about me. Respect me. Honor me. Show me what you feel. Because all that talk means nothing to me. And brothers, that's my advice to you, brothers. Don't never tell no woman you love her. Because the moment you start telling them you love them, something happens to their brain. I don't know what's wrong with them. something happens to their brain and they start doing other things and becoming another person. It's like, that's the word. That's all I need to hear. Okay. And they start doing things like, what? Yeah. The moment you tell them you love them, that's it. It's a wrap. But if you show them what you feel, you're not in love with anybody. Don't be in love with any woman that you marry. If you in love with a woman, keep her far away from you because she will bring you to ruins. Because you will do things that goes against your better judgment. So you should never be in love with a woman. But if you love a woman, that's okay to love them, but don't tell them you love them. Show them you love them. Show them through your examples of how you provide, how you protect, how you nourish, how you keep after them, how you make their life better and more comfortable. And that's just the way you got to do things. You show through your examples and leave your mouth shut. I'm be quiet for a minute. I got two hands up. I have to just remember that I got you. Somebody trying to ease in there. Did you raise your hand?
Yeah, well, I didn't finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you had the floor, sis. So I apologize for taking so long. Please forgive me.
Yeah, what I was.
And she probably was sitting there all patient, talking about, oh, Prince, will you hurry up? I'm sorry, sis. Please forgive me.
I just want to make a comment or put something in here. So would you say that when men are not doing what they're supposed to do, they're not stepping up to the plate, the creator uses women in leadership positions to get their attention, such as Deborah. Also in our, even during slavery days, like Harriet Tubman, you know, and different women to get their attention. Would you say he's using women to get the men's attention? You know what I'm saying?
It could be, but sometimes it's strategic to use a woman because a man sometimes might cause too much exposure or might not handle it with the delicacy that the Most High wants it handled with. So he might use a woman. I don't have the mind of the creator. I don't, and I don't pretend like I do. But what I do know is that the Most High uses who he sees best for whatever that project is. That's what I know. But the majority of the time, the Father has a man as the head of anything and everything. That's what the creator does. He has a man as the head and the leadership in 99% of the things and 99% of the times. But if he need a delicate glove, he just may raise up a woman to do a certain thing to get his job accomplished. Like I know one sister that the Most High couldn't do it with a man or chose not to do it with a man. So he used a woman. Her name was Judith. And anybody who reads the Apocrypha, you'll know Judith killed the man who was oppressing the people of the Most High. She did that. The Most High used a woman for that purpose, and Yael for that purpose of killing different men for different purposes who are oppressing the Most High's people. So when the Most High puts a woman in place, it's not like she is superior or stepping out of her nature. The Creator called her for that purpose, and that's what her purpose is. But it better be the Most High calling you and not you calling yourself. It better be, because if it's you calling yourself, the Father will deal with you. If the Most High calls you, then he comes. When the Most High calls you, you know it's the Most High, without a shadow of a doubt. But don't convince yourself that it's the Most High and it's not him. Like this one sister, Kendra, here on the line right now. She found a very unique way to teach people. How does she do it? She just posts things about what she's learned and what she sees, and she posts it. I don't even know if I ever seen her arguing with anybody trying to defend her position. I don't know if she's done that. Usually I just read her posts and she'd be so on point. I don't even know if she's tried to take people who disagree with her and argue, especially men, and try to prove her point to a man. I've never seen that because I didn't look in her pages. It might be there, I don't know. She would have to speak for herself. But the Most High uses women when the Most High sees fit to use women for a certain purpose. Okay? So that's where I'm at.
It's there, by the way.
Say it again, sis.
I said it's there, by the way.
Well, we should make some adjustments if it's there, because it don't need to be there. You too good. You do too good of a job with your presentations that you don't have to defend them at all. I don't think, because it's so simple when you present what you present.
Yes, yes.
Sister Trucelia, I'm sorry. Have I exhausted all your questions, or do you have more?
Yes, sir. Yep.
We good?
Yes, yeah, we can move on. Thank you.
Yeah, please forgive me for not giving you the attention that I was supposed to originally. And I moved on and started a whole new conversation. So I believe Sister Abigail was first. I think I see your hand first, and then Maisha's hand, and then somebody, Aliyah. So Sister Abigail, and then you had your hand.
Two things. First, we have bad weather here, so if the Zoom cuts off, I'll go on my cell phone and everybody can just join back on. I just wanted to put that out there. And then the second thing, I wanted to comment on the independent woman that Sister Cecilia was talking about. In my opinion, if you're an independent woman and you're unmarried and you are seeking a husband, the husband that courts you should be following all the laws of the Most High, following the Torah. So as an independent woman, you recognize this is a righteous man. So you shouldn't have a problem falling underneath him. And you know what I mean? And letting him be your cover, as independent as you are or not. But the thing, my opinion is, you have to make sure that man is living as righteous as possible. You can't settle for a man that's doing some of the law and then say, you know, when things go bad, well, I'm independent, get out of my house or whatever. You have to choose the correct husband. He has to court you the proper way. He has to prove to you that he's worthy by following all the laws, and then you shouldn't have a problem falling underneath him. But that's just my opinion.
Well, your opinion was an expert opinion. It was very good. It was a law-abiding opinion. And that was a great advice and great opinion. And you are 100% accurate, and I totally agree with it. The problem with a lot of our sisters today is that they will take a man just for the sake of having something as opposed to not having anything. One thing we have to remember is that no sister should be without a covering in Israel. Your leadership, your father, your uncle, your brother, or a man. And a covering doesn't mean that you have to be having sex with that individual. It has to be somebody to make sure that you provided for mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, in most ways that you're able to be provided for. Sometimes financially even. He has to be able to make sure that you're provided for in those ways. It doesn't mean that you have to be having intercourse with that individual. So don't let nobody fool you and say, I'm your covering, so now I need a little bit and you give them some. That's not a covering, that's a husband. Okay? So I pray that those sisters who are without a husband have some type of covering in their lives, somebody that they can rely on and depend on to keep them through the hard times. Amy?
My question is kind of going back to when you were discussing, not kind of going back, but it's going back to when you were discussing a relationship, people's relationship and their diligence to the Creator. The question I have is, in this day and time, where we live in this westernized society, how does, in your opinion, how does a woman truly humble herself when she's surrounded by so much of the opposite of what the Creator has commanded her, has the commandments that He has placed, and that her husband, may desire? What would you say is like the humblest way a woman can be, despite knowing that, most of us are westernized, as much as we desire not to be, but westernized because that's where our foundation is in westernized. It's in this westernized state of mind, or where we live. So what would you say to a woman to, show her humbleness and how to kind of like help a woman get out of that westernized process of her mind?
I think I understand what you're asking. One of the things that I would say is that you seek the Most High to the best of your ability, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, in every way. Get a regimen to worship the Creator consistently. And it doesn't have to do or deal with anyone else. It can just be a relationship between you and the Almighty. But the other level of what it is that I believe that I'm hearing you say is, when you're surrounded by so much uncleanness, how do you become clean? One of my points of advice would be, do the opposite of what you see everybody else doing. If everybody else is violating Shabbat, then you keep the Shabbat. If everybody else is eating pork, then you don't eat pork. If everybody else is disrespecting their husband, talking back to their husbands, being rude, then you do the opposite. or the man in their lives, then you do the opposite. If everybody else is not taking care of their children, letting their children run wild, then you do the opposite. That's one way to address escaping the reality of what others are doing that you know are unrighteous, and you trying to do the best you can in an unrighteous environment to become righteous. Do the opposite. Your girlfriend calling you up and she talking about she cheating on her man, then you know that's not the girl that you need to be talking to. Unless you're trying to get her to change her life and come back to the Creator. And after committing adultery, can she really make it back to the Creator? A lot of people don't understand the spirit that takes hold of you when you have enough energy to commit adultery against your man. That's a grievous action. That's a strong spirit, a strong entity that takes hold of you. And not everybody can shake that entity. So you might want to be in her ear explaining to her why she shouldn't, asking her permission that you can make prayer for her. Because you should never pray for anybody without asking for their permission. Unless you asking the Creator to allow that person's will to be done, whatever they want in their lives. Other than that, you should never be praying for anybody unless they give you permission to pray for them. All right? So I guess that's about the best thing I can say is that you should do the opposite of what you see people in your environment doing that you know is unrighteous, that you know is evil. Then do the opposite of that. And learn to train to move in the spirit of integrity. Don't worry about what you think. Do what your integrity says you know is best. Because a lot of thoughts are come and go in your mind, but your actions is what determine who you are.
When you say integrity, do you mean your spirit?
We'll talk about that later, or just keep your hand up.
I don't know.
All right. Well, you after this brother right here. Emi, has that resolved your question?
Can, Toda.
Brother Elijah?
Okay, shalom, shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Just going back to what the sisters were saying, you can go back at the beginning. A lot of time when y'all gonna talk to you, he'll ask you something. What? Like he did with Adam. He said, "Where are you?" And Adam answered him, "I hid myself because I knew I was naked." Who told you? Who told you? You did something I told you not to do. He said, the woman, listen to the response. The woman that you gave me, she gave to me, and I did eat. You telling the truth? Who are you talking to? The judge of judges? He said to the woman, "What have you done? What have you done?" Listen to her response, though. This is how fair your mother Kaaba was. She didn't say, "Well, he didn't make it clear to me. How's she gonna win if her man loses?" She wasn't eating it. She said, "The serpent beguiled me. It beguiled me, and I did eat." It's an animal here. She didn't put it back on her man. I'm talking about the mentality, the different mentality. And now y'all start passing down judgment to the serpent, curse among all beasts. And for the woman, don't forget how she got into how she ended up taking that. She said the serpent said, has y'all said you can't eat? No. Any of the trees? No. So in a way you convince yourself that she said, when I saw it was good, she saw it was good to eat and a desire to their eyes. Then she did. So a lot of times you convince yourselves to do stuff. He told you not what to do and what not to do. But she didn't put that back on her man. And then he held out judgment, and it's only right. He said, now your desire, because you did that, your desire is to your husband. And he shall rule over you. It has to be that way. You gave to him and he ate it. So even with Deborah, you had women prophetess You had Miriam, but she had her brother there. She had her brother Moshe there, the prophet, and she had her brother Aharon there. But you don't rule. You can't go over his head. You still have to have a rank of things. Even where it mentioned Deborah, it mentioned her husband. Because that's the way it is. Yeah, she thorough, but she had another man too. She had a judge, Barak there too. Because you can't win dogging your men out. Shlomo said, 1 man among 1,000 I found, but 1 woman among all of them I have not found. And what can you tell him about women? He said, what can anybody do after me besides that what I already did? It's already been done. So the way you can't, no other nation want to put their women up front. You can't go to war. I can't take you to war with me. So you don't benefit from your man, you being above your man. It can't be that way. What other nation does it? What other nation buys into, I'm in a woman in power? And I see it because I see the way he talked to him. And granted, it's not all of them. He always left a remnant. And it's a lot of nut ass niggas too. It's a lot of nut men or faggots out here. So you scoring, the whole situation is messed up. But on top of everything else, you're not listening. He told you what's going to be wholehearted. How you do it? He told you, go back to Shlomo. What can you tell him about women? At the end, Proverb, he told you a woman of worth, who can find? Her price is far above rubies. She can't be bought. The heart of her husband trusts, and he has no lack of gain. She a benefit to him in every way. You a plus.
Say that again. Say that again. She a what?
She's a benefit to him in every way. She doeth him good and not evil all the days of her life.
That's right.
You a help me. You help me to me. You're my help. It has to be that way. You're both made in this image. He told you that at the beginning. He said, male and female created both in my image. So you a God too, but you have to have a male and female. We need both of each other. But we a nation, just like the rest of the nations. But that's one of the things they did. They tried to play the woman against the man against the woman, and then you got people that just set on evil. You just set on it. He already told you not going to listen, except with a mighty hand and outstretched arm and fury poured out. Only reason why he telling you because he loved your fathers. He giving you a warning and made a promise to him, and it's time for us to go. But he told you how you getting out of here. Wholehearted. He said, you and your son and your son's son are going to do it. Then I'm going to remember you. Even you go back to Proverbs 30, what his mom said, what, my son? And what, O son of my vows? And what, O son of my womb? And what? She was thorough. You keep having boys and girls. How you grinding each other out? How you grinding each other up? You gotta pick your men up because we have to go to war. You can deny it, you can act like pretend, and hope it don't. It's gonna happen. You're gonna fight to get out of here. So knowing that, man, do you still want shit on your brother now? You still want to call yourself wearing the pants? He already said 7 women going want 1 man. You'll see. He watch over his word to perform it. It's because it's a shortage of men. But then there's some ones that's thorough too, that y'all dogged out. You know what I like about the women of in Shemot, the midwives? Pharaoh came to him and said, when you look on the child, if it's a boy, they not doing it. They feared Elohim. They wasn't doing that. If you got to come to me and ask me to do something like that, it's already over for you. You just on borrowed time. But y'all saw it. It ain't just a female. He said it's the provoking of his sons and his daughters. You like to jump out there and want to probably be in a role that you're not supposed to be in? We need you to do what you're supposed to do. Everybody do their job. I don't want a female that's like a man.
Well,
I
you
can't
know,
deal with men necessities. We can't do that. We're not going to win that way. But the midwives didn't do it. It said they fear God, and guess what? Y'all made them a house. If y'all make you a house, it's established. Y'all got everything else to talk about. When it come time to turn your men in, y'all do it with no problem, boy. No problem. You scorn. You're a nation of scorn and contempt.
so let me ask you a question, bro. And it's not that I disagree with you, but in your opinion, how do you reverse that?
Reverse what?
What advice can you give to our families
We
to
have to return
reverse
back.
the situation? There you go. Say it again.
We have to return back to the Torah. What did he say? Remember the Torah of Moshe, my servant, which I gave to him, and Korah for all Yisrael. You saying it, you prayed for this time. He answered you. You won't even acknowledge that he answered you. You prayed for this time. You know what day it is. Ain't nobody saying, where's Eliah? You know why? Because you already know. It's getting spooky. I'm telling you.
You're right. Can't argue with that fact. Thank you for your comment, bro. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated.
Gotta return back to that's the only way. You're trying to find you can say the Western, that means you're gonna have to rebel against here.
That's
He
right.
said, when I gave you Torah I told you to follow and said, if you do this, you walk in my ways, you're gonna be good. You didn't do it. So he said, now I gave you statutes and judgments that you can't live by. It brings on the curse. So you're gonna have to rebel. Stop doing it. You're gonna have to return back to the Torah. You don't have to worry about nothing. That's all he wants you to do anyway. And he'll get you up out of here. You're going to do it. It ain't because of how righteous you are. It's because it's time for him to judge this nation. There's blood required here. And your cry is loud. It's loud. When he came down to Sodom and Gomorrah, when he sent the angels down, he said, the cry is exceeding loud. Now I'm gonna go down and see if it is what it said. He said, if so, I know. What happened? At night, it say, young and old circle the house. Your sodomites, your cry is loud. It's loud. You can't undo sodomite.
There you go.
So now your eyes are open. Some to everlasting life, some to everlasting reproach and abhorrence. The wise, they're gonna get wiser and wiser. They're gonna shine more and more. None of the wicked gonna understand. It's because your eyes are open. Because the heavens declare his righteousness. His right hand, his holy arm has wrought salvation for him. What's at his right hand? A fiery Torah. Yeah, he love the people. Yeah, y'all love you. All his holy ones. You want to know where they are? They in your hand. And they sit down at your feet, receiving of your words. Moshe commanded us a Torah too, didn't he? Yeah, he did.
Thank you for your comment, bro. We really appreciate it. May the Most High be praised. All right, Ishi, you want to comment?
Oh, I was gonna ask, I think you already answered it now, but just to clarify, like, do you think that the women of today, like, that come into this walk of life use the books of Esther and Judith and all the women that had roles with the Most High, who use them in that role? Do you think that that is used in women who don't understand or who are learning the culture, like they use it as a way of like, see, I can do this, or use it as a way to go over you as the husband. Like they use those books as a way to say, like, okay, look, here's an example of this. See, I can do this too. I can do what too. Like that equality thing.
Yeah, well, see, first, we have to give credit where credit is due. And that's the doings of the European upon our people. See, I posted another post in Facebook this week. And that post was, why do you think the Europeans killed the black men, the Hebrew men, in front of the Hebrew woman? And nobody commented on that post. I don't know why, but that's really something for us to think about. The Europeans wanted to place something in your mind that you don't need your man. You could do it yourself. And that's what the brother Elijah was trying to bring out through his whole dissertation at that time. That a lot of women have that mind state that I can rise above my man. And you can never rise above your man, or can you rise above man, period. Because that's not the order that the Most High has established. The Western mind state has our women moving in that premises if they don't need a man. But the agenda of the Western mind state is to demasculinize a man and make the man more effeminate than it is masculine. And a lot of us have fell victim to that. I watched this show last night. What was the name of this show I was watching last night? Oh, the other day, I watched this series. I'll be watching this series. It's called Snowfall. Now, I want you to watch this. You don't have to watch that particularly. Just watch anything on television today that involves a black man and a woman, or a woman and a man as husband and wife. I noticed this years ago, many years ago, and I spoke on it. If you go to Temple Keith Irene on YouTube, you can watch some of my old videos and you'll see where I mentioned this conversation. A lot of the shows that we watch are showing women who appear to be humble, submissive wives, but really they're the ones running the show. They have taken the roles and they have made women men and men women. The men are submissive and the women are dominant. The other movie I was watching, this little series, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. This guy's, he's an attorney. His wife is an artist. And if you watch it, at first glance, you don't see the emasculation of him. But when you really look, you notice that he always has to get her opinion before he makes decisions. And it's to a point where if he doesn't get her opinion, she begins to get invasively angry with him for not seeking out her permission before he made a decision. And he would even apologize for it. He will humble himself, put his tail between his butt, between his leg, and come up underneath of her and be like, oh, I'm sorry, babe, please forgive me. This is not masculinity. But the average person watching these shows would be like, yeah, you know what? She's right. He needs to, that's a partnership. They married, that's a partnership. Nowhere will you find that in Torah. That's not how Hebrew men moved. That's not how a man moves. I don't need my wife's permission to do what I do. She doesn't even have to like what I do. She doesn't have to like it. She has to live with it, but she doesn't have to like it. But let me explain this to you. As a wise man, you would ask their whatever their decisions are just to see if they got a great idea, because the Creator uses them also. Mm-hmm. You would seek their advice. You wouldn't marry a woman that you can't talk to and get her advice sometimes. And if you did, you the fool. I'm not that kind of guy. You marry a woman that has some sense, that you can see, hey, what do you think about this, babe? Not that you gotta obey and do what she say, but just see if the Father's speaking through her. Ask that question and see. You ultimately make the decision as to how you're going to do whatever you're going to do. Sometimes she may be right and you'll move in that direction. But when you're wrong and when she's wrong and you move in another direction and she become enraged, then that's saying something else is going on in your relationship. And I don't fault her, I fault you as the man. Because you are going to have to correct your wife for her movements. How do you correct your wife? Depending on the wife. Elijah, you might want to put your hand down. I don't know if you just raised it, if you got another question, but if you don't have another question, your hand is raised up, you might want to lower it.
I just wanted to reiterate what you were saying. That's all.
Go ahead, bro. Wait a minute. There was one other brother who had his hand up prior, and I just don't want to be disrespectful. Zane, I believe it's Zane.
Zafin.
Okay, you got the floor, bro. And then Elijah,
So-
speak after him, please.
So in a relationship, a marriage, we should always utilize our Aisha as wisdom. That's who she is. That's what she's for.
Please explain that, bro, because I wanna say yes, but I need to understand fully before I agree with you what it is that you're really saying.
Like you said, you should consult with her just to see the type of feedback that she gives you.
Okay, all right.
And
Okay, I understand.
and like that, you can ascertain if the spirit of Yah is up on her by her response, and
Yes.
utilize her as your wisdom. That's who she is.
Correct. I totally agree. Is there anything else? Okay, you put yourself on mute. You're done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I totally agree with what your wisdom that you brought forward. My brother, you have the floor, Elia.
No, I was just saying something the same thing that you was just saying, what the brother was saying. Especially if you're a thorough man and you talk to your wife, you wanna know what she has to say. You know, it might be you might have told her something that she might bring up that you might consider. So it's we don't rule over one another with rigor.
That's
You
right.
understand what I'm saying? You don't even allow somebody else to do it in your sight. That's what was thorough about Moshe. He grew up in the Egyptian house. He saw somebody putting him on his brother, and he did something to him. He did something. So you considering what the woman what your wife says, that's your wife, that's your partner. Y'all called their name Adam. Yeah, Adam called his wife Kaba. He called their name Adam. So he look at you as one.
Very good.
It's a team, you know what I mean? It's a team thing. It can't be one fighting against the other. I know you're gonna have disagreements sometimes, but it just is what it is. We need each other. We have to win. You can't win being above your man. You can't just cause you I know I hear a lot of people say, you know, we in this Western world, Yahweh already said it that your desires to your man. So you can't undo it. There ain't no constitution can undo that. It still is. It's just that you was asleep. Now your eyes are open and still doing the same thing.
Absolutely correct. Total rebut for that, bro. Hey, put your hand down so the next time you want to speak, I'll know it.
Got you.
Very good. Got a lot of wise people on the line, but I want to hear from some of my sisters. I want to hear what some of my sisters' thoughts are on the conversation that's on the floor, if I may. Sister Abigail, did you say something?
No,
I thought you were speaking. I saw your lips go like they were ready to start. Yeah. Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. I thought you was about to speak and say something. Come on, Nasheen, where y'all at? Come on, sisters, y'all here? Talk to us. Let us know your thoughts on this
I don't think you
situation.
answered fully what I was asking.
Okay, hold on a second. Say it again.
I don't know if you answered fully what I was asking.
What was you asking?
I was asking, do you think that women who are single that are coming into this way use the scriptures of Deborah, of Esther, who had positions, use those scriptures against their men? Like,
Absolutely, they do.
In
They
what
do.
way? Like, yeah.
God speaks to me.
Mhm.
That's one way.
Yeah.
He don't just speak to you. He speaks to me. Now it's the woman talking. He don't just speak to you. He speak to me too. And you should listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to listen to what you're saying. Even if the Creator is using you, there's a certain way that you approach your husband in reverence, decency, with respect, and in order. And a lot of them don't do that. A lot of women think that the Creator is using them and they stand up in leadership position over a man as if they're that energy and that the man is less than them in ranking and authority. And that's never good.
So they mistake
They
their,
truly.
or they could possibly mistake them being used as if I have the power now.
Yeah, they could be used, but they're being used through their husband. It's not that they're not being used. A lot of women can be used by the Creator,
Of course.
but you're supposed to channel that energy through your man. You don't reign superior or supreme to your man, and then you don't have a man anymore. You got a male. And no woman should want to be in relationship with a male. It's a difference between a man and a male.
So when it comes to the book of Deborah, as we spoke earlier, like would you agree that even though she had the husband and the brother or whoever was around her, right? Would you say that since the Most High used her in that way, that she was in righteousness because she was leading, right? Because there was no men stepping up. So
Well, a lot of people really want to say she was leading, but in reality, the men did all the work. So she just was the one going before the Most High and standing above the people, but she wasn't really giving out no orders. You know what I mean? She wasn't really like a Moshe, but she's the one who was most pronounced to be the one of that time. So the scriptures don't really go real deep into her situation, but I know Barak said, I don't want to go if you can't go with us. You know what I mean? So she was in the order of righteousness. How much of a leader she was, I don't know. I guess I would have to go back and research that. I mean, when I say how much of a leader, I mean in the order of dictatorship.
Yeah.
Like a leader is. Yeah.
Can I add to
Slightly
that?
different. Who's
Can I
that
add-
speaking?
This
Who
is
that's-
Priscilla.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, she did notify Barak that he was supposed to be in that leadership role, because when her response to him was, well, if I go with you, you are the praise or the accolades would not.
I was going to look.
You know, it's not, you're not going to get the praise, it will be given to a woman.
She understood that.
Understood that, you know, it would be given to a woman, you know, so, I mean, there was conditions there, you know, so.
All right, thank you very much for correcting me, sis, and helping me out through all. See, a woman can work with a man. You see that? I'm very thankful for that. Because I didn't remember fully the story of Deborah and Barak. I just remember certain things that she did and what he said and things of that nature, but I don't remember in detail the full story, but I can go back and read it. And then next Shabbat, I might be able to speak a little bit about it again. My brother Azaria, you have your hand up. You have the floor, bro. Lower your hand, please, and go ahead and speak.
Kane, I just have the question about 1 Samuel 25:3, where it mentions that that his sister Abigail, she was a woman of good understanding and of a beautiful countenance, and she's actually married to this man named Nabal. But it says right here that the man was churlish and evil and adorned. So when I was reading this and I was meditating this verse, I was just wondering, like, how is it really possible for a righteous woman who fears the Creator to be submissive to an evil man like Nabal here? But you know, so like, how would you?
what should she do?
I'm not sure how to answer this type of question, but just like, how is this possible? You know,
Okay.
for
I understand.
Yeah.
All right. One way is possible is there's several different ways, actually. One way, now I'm not saying that this is what happened, but I'm saying this is a possibility. Nabal's brother might have died, who was married to Abigail and didn't have any children. So he might have been commanded by law to take Abigail as his wife. That's one way. Another way is it could have been a prearranged marriage between the families. There's many different ways that could have happened, that such a virtuous woman. Abigail happens to be one of my favorite women through the whole scripture. So, you know, I'm gonna look out for Abigail. That's my girl right there. Through the scriptures, that's one of my favorite women. How she did what she did, the honor she had for Dawid, and the way she moved, even living with an unrighteous man, she kept her composure. You knew she loved her husband. She cared for her husband, because when Dawid was ready to cut that block off, she ran out to Dawid with all these gifts. Please, my Lord, don't let it be. She tried to avoid it from happening, even though he was a wicked man. But the thing that I love about it the most was that in the end of the matter, the Creator turned the situation in her favor. She was entrapped. I'm gonna use my sister word. She was entangled.
Wow.
Right.
She was entangled. She knew she had a wicked man that she didn't want to be with. But she had to honor that marriage because our women understood their role and their position.
Okay.
Even when she went to try to avoid his woman of today, she don't want to be married. Somebody coming to kill her husband, she gonna back out the way. Kill him. It wasn't by my hand. And then she gonna go before the curtain and say, I didn't do a thing, Creator. I didn't do a thing. But she could have prevented it, like Abigail attempted to prevent it. She went out with the gift. She said, hey, look, Dawid, listen, feed your men, take care of yourselves. Please don't kill my husband. Then Dawid said, you know what? Because of your humility, you know, I let that thing slide. She goes back home and she let it rip out of her mouth what she really felt about her husband. She was feeling that before she left. She knew the man was wicked. She knew he was evil, but she was his wife and she kept her mouth shut. And not a lot of women can do that today.
Okay.
They feel like they have to be heard. Listen, sis, I'm not coming down on y'all, but I have to say this. Things are going to be the way that the Creator has for it to be, whether you like it or not. And if you are rebellious and you can't stand what it is that's being said today, it's going to change eventually because you ain't going to have a choice in the matter. The Father's going to have his way. The Father established order for a reason. I'm not a cruel person. I just live by the laws of the Most High. And as I started this lesson today, I said that a lot of us don't give the Most High all of our energies when things that we don't like are commanded of us from the Creator. Women, obey your husband. Don't stop when he does something that you don't like him to do. If you're really walking after the Creator, you can't be righteous and disrespect your husband and don't want to hear, don't want to listen, and want to do what you say you want to do. That's not serving this king. That's serving your own needs, serving yourself. You have now made yourself your power. Just for those who are not that advanced, you have made yourself your God. I don't like to use the word God. I'll use it in reference to people, but I don't want to use it in reference to the Almighty, because the Most High and God, they should never be used simultaneously. Never. Because God is not the Creator. So let's move on from that for now. All right. My brother Zafin, you have your hand up. You can unmute yourself, put your hand down and speak, please.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
As it relates to Abigail, we have to understand that that generation and this generation, well, in that generation, they actually knew the concept of a covenant.
Great,
and that
great,
covenant was
great point.
was
Great.
forever.
Great point, bro. Bring it out.
So in today's generation, they have no honor in the covenant.
Bring it
That's
out.
why they'll
bro.
break
Bring
it
it out.
and won't think nothing about it. And when they actually learn what this sort of the covenant really is, and they learn the Most High Yah, and that when he entered into a covenant with Israel of marriage in Yirmiyahu chapter 3, this was a covenant forever. And this is the concept that they should take today. But in this generation, we have lioness, which is not scriptural, which is unruly. We have daughters of Zion, which is rebellious and rebels, as they were when they became haughty in the eyes of the Most High Yah. But when we talk about daughters of Yah, like Sarah, Rachel, Leah, Abigail, Deborah, we're seeing righteousness. And these are the sisters that the sisters today, the daughters of Yahshua, pattern themselves after. And if they do this, then they would learn and understand the concept of a covenant, and that this concept is a forever covenant, not to be broken. Now, there could, in a covenant, there could be things that might come up that might need to be altered or whatever, but that covenant remains the same. You can alter it, but it is a covenant forever. And once they learn the concept of a covenant and the importance of the covenant, and that this covenant is forever, then and only then will they be able to live under the covenant of Yah and with their ish.
Thank you. Very good. Very
Shalom.
well put. Very well put. Toda Rabbah. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
Sister Casey, you have your hand up. Could you lower your hand and release the mic?
Yes. I wanted to address some of the conversation. You asked for the ladies to speak up.
Thank you, sis. Thank you.
Yeah. And I just wanted to point out that Deborah is married, for one, and Abigail, as they say, you know, she came in defense of her husband. And I think that our people, once again, we're not addressing the fact that this is a different culture. And culturally, regardless of righteousness or wickedness, that did not alleviate your duty or responsibility as a woman. Regardless of whether your father be wicked, your husband be wicked, your covering be wicked. I mean, because you can be born the daughter of a wicked man. That did not alleviate your responsibility to obey and fall within the order of the household. And the same thing as far as a husband. In many of the marriages back then, we think of marriage a good deal the way we see today. People, we come and we pick each other and you meet and all this type of stuff. But who knows how many brides back then never met their husbands prior to the day or within a few days of marrying them due to arranged marriages. How many brides in the Bible were chosen sight unseen by their husbands and immediately taken to the marriage bed within 24, heck, a few hours of meeting their husband? So the concept of, oh, you only obey your husband, or you're only submissive to your husband, or you're only if he is a righteous man, would have been ridiculous back then. There isn't that separation between, oh, him being righteous and him being wicked. It more so had to do with your duties. And that's another thing. As far as quote unquote love goes, in this culture, we put such an emphasis on this romanticized love, and we forget about duty. We forget about righteousness. We want to talk about how righteous our men should be, and forget that we're supposed to be of righteousness ourselves. So if your husband does wicked, does that give you a pass?
Do you just get to walk away? Do you not have to pray for him? Do you not have to try to uplift him? Now, I'm not talking about the wickedness unto death, because my opinion is much different when it comes to wickedness unto death. Because once again, culturally, that man would be dead. That man would be dead for doing certain things. But I won't get into that. We're talking about, okay, he lied, okay, he made a foolish decision and things like that. And that's something that I see a lot of our women doing today. And that is, almost parading our husbands or our men's unrighteous actions or deeds, or whenever they fall, they trip, they don't do something, like we want to put it on Facebook. We want to shame our husbands. We want to shame our men. We want to, put out there what was done when that would not have been done. There's no situation. In fact, when David himself danced naked amongst his people, and his wife dared to open her mouth in front of his people. Unlike Abigail. Abigail went to him, said something to him in private, and the Most High dealt with that. But when the king's wife had the audacity,
Micah.
Yes, thank you, to speak out against what all of us may have been thinking, like, oh my goodness, he's naked. That's embarrassing. But your wife doesn't get to shame you in front of your men. She doesn't get to shame you in front of your people.
Say that again.
Your wife doesn't get to humble you and shame you in front of your men and point out you're drunk. No, what she could have done is bring a robe to cover over her husband and say, "Oh Lord, may you be covered in righteousness," something along those lines. But to have said what she said and to bring shame onto him is why she was dismissed, why she was tossed aside, why instead of being treated like an Abigail, she was treated like a Legion, So I just wanted to kind of address Azaria's question. Well, how could she behave the way she did to her husband? That was her duty. That was the expectation. That is what a wife and a daughter does. As far as Deborah, she was a respected wife. It's not like she was, quote unquote, an independent, single or widowed woman just doing things on her own, and all of a sudden the Most High came to her and she started prophesying and things like that. And I actually do agree very much with Prince Israel as far as her being a leader. Deborah was a prophetess. There were many prophets in Israel. They weren't in and of themselves considered leaders. Moshe's role was a very specific role in which he brought about prophecy, him and his siblings, and he was intended to lead. But Deborah's position was much different, and she was very humble. Like the sister said, she told him, if I go before them, if I go with you, the honor will be given to me. So she did not even want the role that they were, thrusting her into, because of her humility, because of her, because of the order of our people and the culture that they lived in. But unfortunately, and I'll end my conversation after this, unfortunately, a lot of our women today who, quote unquote, seek to be that Deborah role or claim to be that Deborah role, they're uncovered. And I mean it just like that. They're uncovered, not even talking about just unmarried. They don't even have a covering of any sort that they recognize. They don't have, a spiritual leader, a man that can avow or disavow. They're saying that they feel that they can go directly to the Most High, when even Moshe's sister was stricken with leprosy when she had the audacity to speak. Now, her brother, who also spoke out about having the ability to prophesy and do for the Most High, he was not stricken with leprosy, but his sister, Mary, was.
She was, because she was out of order for doing so. So going back, they're out of order. It's not just that they're seeking this position. They're seeking to be thought of as the prophetess or the person who's speaking directly to the Most High, which, by the way, after the situation with Moshe, the Most High clearly stated he wasn't speaking to people directly. So today's prophets and prophetess, ooh, that's a whole nother conversation. But these women today, they seek these roles. They are boisterous about it. They're out of order. They have no covering of any sort. And that's the biggest problem with a good deal of the women who seek leadership or seek these prophetess or speaking roles today. And the few who are married, who are stating, I'm this, I'm that. Once again, you have to ask about the order in their home. I'm perfectly fine with having a female prophetess or a female leader here and there as the Most High calls them, but I want to know the order in their home. Because just because you may have some wisdom and some insight, if I look up and you're speaking down to your husband, the house is all out of order, I got a good feeling, I got a good inclination that the Most High ain't speaking to you on the level that you're saying. That's all I have to say. And I'll end with that.
All right. My sister dropping jewels. May the Most High be praised. All right, my brother Yaakov.
Hey,
Lower
how
your
you doing?
hand and take the mic, please. Lower your hand, please.
Okay. So, all right. That was a good analogy. I know that in the book of Judges, chapter 4, I put in there, she was a judge because in those days that we had judges. We didn't have, they were like rulers, administrators. So you have male and female. Even though she was the first one mentioned, she was married and she had a husband. His name was, let me find it, Lapidoth, I believe the name was. So she was submissive. The word is submissive to her husband. And when a wife is married to an unrighteous man, the Most High destroys the man. Eventually, Abigail was removed from Nabal. He was, wealthy, but he was very unrighteous, to say. And then the two daughters, an example, the two daughters of Naomi, daughters-in-law, the husbands, her sons were bad men. See, and their names meant something of that. So they were destroyed. So you notice as we read, the wicked men in the scripture, when they married it, the Most High removed them out of relationship. So when we were in Christianity, or two books to say, we always believe in Romans chapter 7, verse 1, a woman is bound to a man until he dies, right? But we know that if a woman does something unrighteous, we can, find some uncleanness in Deuteronomy chapter 24. We can give a bill and get her out of our home. Like you said, we should not have a woman, live with a home with a woman owns. I went through that. I'm telling you, follow that scripture, what it says. But the whole thing is we need to just understand there is some sort of comforting for a virtuous woman. We live in the days there will only be a remnant of righteous people. It's not going to be an abundance of that. But we do have righteous women among us, and the righteous that are married to wicked men, because you have a lot of unrighteous brothers, as we know, because they're very emotional, they're very, they've been emasculated, whatever the case may be, and they don't use their logic and fall into the Torah itself, and they don't know how to repent right. But at the same time, the women, if they pray to the Father on his behalf, and also pray to the Father if they're in a position where he's being very violent to her, the Father will find a way to relieve her out of that if she is that type of woman. So that's what I just had to say.
Very good. And I agree with you. And sisters, this is why you got to first be careful of the type of man you marry. First thing, there's certain procedures like Sister Abigail brought up. Matter of fact, we got a Sister Abigail on the line. Yay. Go ahead. Married to an illustrious brother, Benjamin. May the Most High be praised. We gotta live it. We gotta live in live, Abigail, in the midst of us. That's a wonderful thing. But like she brought forward earlier, you know, those things, we have to fall in alignment with the Most High's will and learn to obey his voice. All right, are there any other comments? Did I have any other hands up that I missed out on? Hey, Sister Casey, I want to bring up the fact that you heard my call when I asked for the sisters to speak. Thank you, Sister Casey. Thank you, Sister. Who else spoke? Trucelia, I think, spoke at that time. And Maisha. Thank y'all for bringing forth the comment. I appreciate it. You heard the call and you answered the call, and I thank you. Now, my brother would like to speak again. Zylin, you have the floor. Lower your hand, please.
Aki, it's Zafin.
Okay, I can't see too good, but please forgive me.
Zafin, that's okay. That's okay.
I'll try to remember now. I try to remember, okay? Zafin.
Yeah. Let me share two scriptures real quick. And it's coming out of Proverbs chapter 3, verse 13. Blessed is the man who finds wisdom. A man findeth his wife. So blessed is the man who findeth wisdom. Blessed is the man who gains understanding. Proverbs chapter 4, verse 6 and 7. Do not forsake her wisdom, and she will protect you. Love her, and she will watch over you. Wisdom is the first in priority. So get wisdom, and with all you have gotten, get understanding. Akim, we have to utilize Aisha as wisdom. That is, and that becomes the perfect union. That is the oneness and the balance that is needed in any marriage. Now, I'm not saying that any and everything that you bring up or you might want to go forward with, that you have to consult with her. No, that ain't what I'm saying. She is there for the purpose of wisdom, the balance. Just like when you have that backbone, that spine, that is your balance. She is supposed to be utilized as if she is your spine. And I'm gonna stop right there with that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, I do backflips. So my spine get a lot of work.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Look, this is where I'm at on that topic, that subject. You better have your own spine. And if you ain't got your own spine, you're in trouble. Part of the problem is today that a lot of men can't stand unless they have a woman to support them. That's not a man to me. It's a male, but not a man. A man can stand before he has a woman. And then when you get a woman, it's only an increasement to your lifestyle. I'm not in disagreement in totality in what you're saying, my brother. I'm not in agreement in totality. I understand where you're coming from. I respect where you're coming from. But if I take it for face value, what you say, it appears as if a man can't make decisions if he's not married. And I could be wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But the first thing in being a man is the ability to make decisions. So when you take on a wife, that's just something extra being added to your life. And as I spoke earlier, yeah, you can consult her to see what her opinion is, but you don't have to take her opinion. And it don't mean that she's right because she's a woman and because she's in your life. But I think a wise man would seek what she has to say. Not in all matters, not in all matters, but sometimes things will be tapping on your spirit and you will be stuck in a condition. Sometimes you can say, hey, babe, what you think about this? And let her give her opinion. She might be totally in left field, but it just may be that the Father is going to use her to give you your answer. And you should take heed to that. But you come and correct me if I'm wrong, bro.
Salakia, actually, I think you best said it, and you was actually able to bring forth what I'm saying when you say she is an enhancement.
Yes.
Because we being men of Israel and knowing Torah, we better know how to make decisions on our own.
You better.
So what you said is relates to the enhancement, kind of. Well, no, it don't kind of. It actually concludes to what I was saying in that respect. She is an enhancement to us. That we as men of Israel, men of Yah, we must stand in Torah and be able to make decisions at the drop of a hat, according to the law.
Totally in agreement. Totally in agreement. All right. Are there any other questions? Any other sisters want to speak up? I feel like I'm not hearing enough from my sisters today. Any other sisters want to speak up?
Kendra's hand is raised.
Yeah,
Who?
Kendra.
Oh man, there you go. Go ahead, sis. You got the floor. Lower your hand, please.
I just wanted to comment on what Brother Zafin was saying. We want you to consult with us, but we actually look for a man that has his own wisdom and his own backbone, because those are the qualities that we look for. So if we don't see those qualities, we're going to run in the opposite direction.
Mhm. Or try to rule over you if we not
Yeah.
our right mind.
You're right. And the both of you have just brought out a very good point. I like your answer, sis. And that was a very wise answer. And then Maisha says, some women, if you don't show those qualities, they'll roll over you. And that's what we're getting a lot of today, because a lot of males are not men. They know nothing about leadership, nothing. They don't know nothing about being the head of a household. They think we're talking about income taxes. They don't know nothing about it. Yeah, it's not about that. So I don't know who was first. Sister Abigail, do you know who had their hands up first?
I believe it was Elia.
Elia? Okay. Brother Elia, you have the floor.
Okay.
You
So
lower
I
your
just
hand,
want
please.
Yeah, I was just going back to the beginning. After Yah had made everything, he made man. He created male and female in his image. She was there, he took her out of the man, out of Adam. After he finished making everything, he looked back on it and said it was good. It was very good. It was Tomio. Also, when he finished creating the animals, he blessed them and said, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. He also said that to Adam, be fruitful and multiply and fill it and subdue it, rule over it. So after that, Adam had been here, Yah said, it's not good that man should be alone. That's not good. So therefore, he made him a helpmeet. So saying that, even if you go to Yeshaya 51, hearken to me, you that follow after righteousness, you that seek Yahweh. Can't seek Yahweh if you don't know how to read. Can't do that. He tells you where to go to. Look to your father, Abraham, to Sarah that bore you. When he was one, I called him. He didn't tell Abraham to go do that, and he didn't have his wife with him. When he called him, he was one. Now he complete. Now I multiply. He already said it's not good that man should be alone. You already have a time that you don't have a woman, just from growing up. But he did say, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. 2 men can't do it, and 2 women can't do that. Just like you don't see 2 male dogs humping on each other. You don't see 2 male cats humping on each other because they fear Elohim. You can't do it. And besides, Yah said, bless him. He blessed him. Be fruitful. And he made a promise to our father, also Abraham, that I'm going to multiply your seed as the stars of the heaven, as the sand on the seashore. You going back, you going against that now. Because of the ways that you learned, the ways of the nation that he told you not to. Going back, he says, look into Abraham, your father, and Sarah, that boy. He is one I called him and blessed him, and made him many, as we could see, as the stars of heaven. So it is good. It's very good for a man to have a wife. A man that's found favor in his eyes, he's found a good wife. And you can get one that can be a burden to you. And there's things, and we see stories of that. He tells you what to do if that's the case, but don't get it twisted. He said, I hate putting away. It's not thorough. What are you seeking? A seed given to Elohim? You want to get another you. So don't forget he sees what's going on in a relationship. Ain't nobody else know what goes on between a man and his wife except that man and his wife. So ain't nobody can really judge between them two. That's why Yah said, I'm a witness. I see it. And a lot of you dealing treacherously with these women, and you scorned them. And then you go pass them on, and then you go, pass them, divorce them or whatever. But don't forget, that's not a good thing. It can happen. That's why he gave you what to do in that case. But that's not a good thing. So I'm just saying it to say it is good for a man to have a woman. It's not good to be alone.
All right. Thank you, bro. Appreciate the comment. You're absolutely correct. It's not good for man to be alone. And in so many ways, we can see where that would apply. In so many ways. Sister Abigail Benyamin, you got your hands up. Would you like to take the floor?
I just have a comment. I think we should be women, not me, but single women, we're very fortunate to be living in these times where there are not arranged marriages like back in ancient times, because we have the ability to choose who we want to be. You know what I mean? We have the ability.
No, I don't know what you mean. Explain it to us.
We have the ability to, when a man is courting you, you have the ability to see, is he really for the Most High? Is he really following the laws? To kind of interview him, I guess. But back in the ancient days, your parents usually would say, hey, you're marrying this guy. And if he wasn't righteous, you're pretty much stuck with him. Mm-hmm. So I feel like we're fortunate that we're in this time where we can, weed out the bad. Trouble.
Can I
Hey,
respond to that?
Benjamin, may I have your permission to approach your wife, please, in conversation?
Yes, you do.
Oh, boy.
Well, sis, here we go. If we look at the reality of it, there are a lot more divorces today than would ever by far exist in the ancient world. The mind state of our people were different. Arranged marriages was respectful and honorable. The parents thoroughly checked out the potential husband. In most cases, not every case. Sometimes it was out of greed. But in most cases, you thoroughly understood the role that man would play in the life of your daughter. It was investigated. You knew what you was bringing your daughter into. The reason why I like arranged marriages better, because the emotions are out of the equation and we're dealing with purpose. See, purpose overweighs emotions every time with me, in my opinion. An arranged marriage is dealing with the purpose and not, I don't care if you don't like him or not, that's your husband. And because the father sees something in that potential husband, that can benefit their life that the daughter may not see. But in today's time, which I know is the opposite of what you feel, in today's time, if our women had the right mind state, then I could kind of agree with you. But the majority, I'm not saying all of our women, but the majority of our women cannot see how to pick a man. The reason why they can't see is because they haven't been taught. A lot of men haven't been taught how to approach a woman, how to decide what woman you like to marry. And a lot of women haven't been taught how to pick a man or how to accept a man, how to conduct yourself. And a lot of women haven't been taught how to be a wife. A lot of men haven't been taught how to be a husband. Thereby, the pickings are scarce. And more than likely, you're going to end up picking some mess. Think about it. The divorce rate is large today. It's tremendously large. And usually, as I see from all these shows and this little bit of research that's being done, 85% of all divorces are initiated by the women. Because they're not happy for one of a reason or another. Well, in the righteous Israelite community, that power is taken out of her hands. So we wouldn't be dealing with that situation. But in today's marriages, because you got the choice to pick, you choose from your emotions and you don't choose from purpose. And when you're choosing a mate, you have to choose for purpose, and your emotions can be second, third, or fourth. But purpose is most important. With the state of the world today, purpose is most important because it's going to be based on your survival as a people, as an individual. Purpose is most important. He might not look as good as the one you wanted to marry, but guess what? He knows what he's doing. He's handling his business. You know what I mean? That man can start a fire from scratch. That man can hunt. He got a bow and arrow already. And he likes guns. He could go out and build a tent for us to sleep in when times get hard. He knows how to look for water. That man is super valuable. But you chose the pretty boy with the long curly hair.
Can I add something?
Yep.
How you just gonna jump in and interrupt? Who's that speaking? Who just did that to me? Who did that? Who was that?
You're done. Sorry. Pardon me.
Go ahead, sis. You got it. Add what you want.
I was thinking as you were talking that in ancestors' days, the laws were explicit and the men and the women were accountable. I mean, they were covered by these laws of relationship, right? In our day, marriages and we're accountable. Everybody in the community knew what was what, and then you can come and get judged according to what your behavior is in that relationship. However, in our day, the accountability is not as potent as it was back then. You have marriages, you're private, things goes on in your marriage, you're not allowed to speak about it, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, it's very hard for a woman to stay in a relationship where she's being abused or not happy because she don't have anybody to run to. There's no community where you can tell your issues and they talk to the man or the woman or vice versa about their behavior according to the laws, So I think that is one of the issues.
May I also say something as far as the sisters are concerned?
Go ahead, sis. I'll hold my tongue. I'll wait. I'll address both issues at the same time. Go ahead.
Okay. To Abigail, and to the other sister. I think one of the reasons, Abigail, you may feel like, oh, you know, you like it that we have a choice and everything now as sisters in this time compared to then, is because in this culture, we have been desensitized to the reality of the situation. And what I mean by that is, in today's time, the majority of our daughters, excuse these words, but I'm going to be frank, the majority of our daughters become whores before they become wives. And I'm using this as a biblical term. They become whores prior to becoming wives. So when you are living in a culture where, unfortunately, I have to be real with this, us as women have the choice of who we lay with, who we give ourselves to, who we decide to be with, this, that, and the other. And it's just left to us. There's no governance. We can do what we want to do, yada, yada, yada. Unfortunately, the reality is we're choosing to give ourselves, our bodies freely with no commitment, with no covenant, with no contract to whomever at our own whim. That is unacceptable. As a people, that should be unacceptable. As a people, we say we cherish these girls and they're precious and we love them and we want to protect them and care for them, yet we allow them on a regular basis to be misused and devalued by our men and others, and even ourselves. We have sisters, we have women, we have mothers that teach our daughters, you're too young to get married. You need to live your life, have some fun, and gain some experience. That is a free pass to live your life and go try out some. And they do. We have a lack of value over our women today that have led to a culture of whoredom. Out and out. Back then, there was and I hate to say it like this. I hate to say it like this, but there was a nominal value for you. It may make you feel like property, but guess what? It's more valuable than we treat ourselves today. It make you feel some sort of way that a man could come and give 2 camels and a herd, or give labor and earn you as a wife. But today, girls give themselves away for Big Macs. Because he's cute.
Not the sandwich.
His clothes are fly. They have no value. They have no, at least their fathers put a value on them. At least our culture put you have to earn this. She is a blessing. She is worthy. And there was something instilled in our daughters called duty, loyalty, submissiveness, earnestness, humbleness that we don't have today.
Honor.
Another thing, because we like to bring up the fact that, oh, okay, well, these daughters were, arranged, or a courtship was allowed to be had, and then that's the way they chose, right? Because we didn't just go from arranged to what we in now. We didn't just go from there. There was a process. And it felt like, well, they could be placed into a marriage and the man can be abusive. The man can be this, that, and the other, right? And that was shameful. So now today you have a choice. But that's absurd, because just as many women get themselves into abusive relationships as any has been given to a man and been in an abusive relationship. As a part of a culture, that man was accountable. That man had people, governance, rules, and laws that they were accountable. And best believe, if you were sitting up here in a community with some of these men and their brothers, and I'm bringing out our forefathers, the 11 sons that took up arms against a prince and his whole nation when he decided he was going to take their sister. And let me bring this up. He took the sister, laid with the sister, came, apologized, paid the price of a princess for her, and they were still so insulted that they came against not just him, but all of his people, slaughtering a whole nation's worth of men. This is who our brothers were if you took our honor.
Mm.
If you came and just laid, you just gonna take us, and then after the fact, okay, here go this. That you didn't have. I know we like to say, oh, okay, these women were abused, or this is what happened, and nobody was tripping off of it. But I find it hard to believe that we come from a lineage that will wipe out a whole generation of men for the honor of one daughter, and yet we believe our women were getting beaten up and mistreated on a regular basis when they were in our society. Just pointing this out, because we're still today choosing men that are abusive, that get us hooked on drugs, that pimp us out, and we stay in these relationships for years. We give birth to these men's babies, and yet we have the right now to walk away. How many aren't? They're not even considered married. There's no covenant, there's no community, and they aren't. So saying that we have free choice now and that this is better because of this, that, and other is, truth be told, if we are honest with ourselves, it's not true. It's not a valid point that, oh, we can choose to walk. Yes, we can choose to walk away, but how many of us do? How many of us got to get dragged out of abusive relationships?
We be staying.
That's all I wanted to point out, is that
Well,
in
thank you
this
so very
culture,
much, sis. Thank you so very much for
we're
pointing
not
out the
valued.
point. Very good point. Excellent. Lower your hand, please. That was a very good point. Sister Trucilia. I see the hands, I see some hands up, but I wanted to address my sister's question first. Sister Trucilia, you still present?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Now, my sister Casey talked so long that I forgot what I was supposed to address. But I first want to say this. It's not that she talked long and it wasn't useful. I'm very thankful for what she had to say, and she provided some very important and informative information. She was winded, but it was good winded. It was a winded worth listening to. It was a breeze worth being blown on. So that's what I mean. She did a great job. But sis, I forgot what I was supposed to have addressed you. I had something to say, but I forgot. So I'm asking that, please forgive me. Could you restate your point again? Because I know what I wanted to say, but I just forgot at the moment. So
Yeah, I was talking about accountability. And back then, our ancestors, laws were set up as a community, as
I remember. Yeah.
to address certain relationship things within a relationship.
Yes.
Now, men don't have the accountability that they did back then. And if they are leaders or elders or the leaders of a nation, and we're supposed to be submitted to them, they should be accountable for, hold each other accountable for how they treat their women, that is exactly what I wanted to bring to the table.
That is an excellent point. But I have to address it and approach it in this manner. You just brought back to my mind what I wanted to say. First, we have to set up order and structure. What this, who is that call? Somebody's calling me. I ain't got time to talk right now. I'm in a meeting. We're having service. Right? Yep, that's where we at. First thing we have to do is establish order. And that's what we're attempting to do right now. We are establishing order. All of this is about bringing the people the Most High back into the remembrance of Him, where we can walk together again as a people in a community to serve Him. That's what this is all about. Thereby, we have a portion of order established. At this present time, if there's an issue within a household, you bring it to leadership. You speak to leadership and you seek the advice and the wisdom of that leadership to speak unto the other party. I'm not saying guilty party because you may be the guilty party. You just might be the emotional one bringing the point to the leadership. Don't mean that you're right. It only means that you're the one who brought up the issue. Wise counsel will hear both matters. And the Spirit of the Most High that He's placed upon him or her will advise in that direction. Now, what we have established is just that. I've done several counselings with several of the people here on the call thus far. And that's just the way it is, because that's how it's supposed to be in righteousness. The people who receive the counsel is the person who has to respect that decision and do what comes out. Because if you don't do it, how do we punish the individual? If we cut them off here, all they're going to do is go somewhere else and be a part of that community over there, because there's no connection between the communities, the different communities. But if all of us are working together and somebody is excommunicated from one community because they would not do what the leadership said for them to do in judgment, then they can't get up and go to another one else. They'll be banned from that one or dealt with severely. But sis, I'm under the impression of this. I deal with the old methods of doing things. I don't look for people to give me advice or instructions or how I'm supposed to deal with a matter. I deal with the old matter of doing things. And if counsel comes down that a brother or a sister is supposed to do a certain thing, and this judgment comes by way of the Most High rendering that decision, then those people are required to do so. And if there's any way that I can avoid from that brother or that sister getting up, moving to another Knesset, and bringing that same attitude without accepting the judgment of this leadership, then I will go out and do what I can do to make that to happen. It's other things that I would like to say, but I know that this is not the time, the platform, nor the audience for those type of things. But in submitting yourself to leadership, you have to accept the counsel of that leadership. That's the law. Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. That's the law. Is it Leviticus 17 or Deuteronomy 17? It might be Leviticus 17. Start at verse 8. But that's the law. And if you don't, then the Most High will intervene and the Most High will deal with it in His way. Okay? So, sis, I hear you, but I'm here to also say that these things are done with. We deal with those things today. And we'll deal with those matters according to the tenets of the law. Okay? So that's how we'll deal with that. But there is a place, there are things that we can do. Now, especially when we come together physically and live in one house, which means on our land, when we all live in a community on the land, because that's the end goal of this right now. just these meetings. That's the end goal. But that's not the end goal of the whole process, just for us to all come together in one community and live as Israelites are supposed to do. We got the land, we're just waiting for the people to make up their mind and say, hey, we're ready to do this. The land is just sitting there. Now we're waiting for the people to do it. Most places just talk, they ain't got the land, but we got the land. The land is already accomplished. Now you, as the people, just have to decide when it's going to be that you're going to pack up and move down to the land that's sitting, waiting for you to inhabit it. So that's the other portion of that. But that is a need, and that's a need that we need to address or have addressed. What I'm saying is that I'm here for anyone who wants to have seek counsel or hear what it is that we're supposed to be doing as a people, and how you feel like you've been mistreated unfairly or unjustly, unrighteously, or if you're just confused and you need some direction or some help, even in your own personal life. That's my purpose. That's why I'm here. So let it be the Most High, if he directs you in that direction, to utilize that source. May the Most High be praised. All right. We have Brother Elijah, and we had one other hand up, but I don't see him right now. Brother Elijah, you want to speak? Could you lower your hand and take the mic, please?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Man, y'all went over a few things. The sister spoke good. Proverbs, one thing. Well, we'll start with Torah first. The Midbar, the daughters of Zelophehad. Remember, he didn't have any sons. He had daughters, and it came all the way. It made it all the way to Moshe. The issue, where if my father died, just because he ain't had no sons, why should he not have an inheritance? So Moshe went and inquired of Yah. He's an intercessor. That's what he is. Well, you asked for it. And he said it was good. And he came back and told him what to do. If a man don't have any any sons, then his inheritance goes to his daughters. Now, the men came back all the way to Moshe and said, well, what happens when a woman marries outside the tribe? Then we're going to lose our inheritance. And Moshe told him, he said, let them be married to whom they think best. So I think a lot of your times the concept they talking about arranged marriages, I think you might sometimes you might have a little far-fetched, make it seem like somebody just tell you that's what you're going to do. Of course you bring them to your father or your brothers or whoever you got near kin. They see something in that man that you didn't see. Don't bring them to me after he didn't went into you already had this ceremony, because I want my sheets. I want them. Because a virgin is valuable. They have value. Not saying if you're not a virgin, you don't, but a virgin is highly valuable to us. As a nation, as a man, to Yah. Because you pay a dowry for that. At least you know, I see that man, he asked for a dowry, you give it to him, he paid for that. That's value to him. You're talking about a whole different mentality. It ain't men we don't rule over one another with vigor. That's not what we do. I feel like I hit too hard to hit a female. I feel like I gotta do that, then that's on, you don't need that. You don't need that. And there's some women that's beating on these men too. So it's going both ways, but a lot of times you can kill this women, sis. When if you see somebody, you like, it's okay, that's good to be attracted to somebody else. Good. It's ways you go about it. And you gotta think about it like this. If you choose wrong, you die. So that's very serious. What I said at the end of the proverb, a woman that favor is false. Nigga lie to you, tell you, no, you my favorite. Lie to you, lying through their teeth. And beauty is vain. How long you gonna say you pretty before another man see another woman that look better? It's vain. A woman that fear, yeah, that's the one that's gonna be praised. So if you fear Elohim, you won't do the stuff. You won't do certain stuff. So you got males, you got males, brothers, even somebody is near kin to you. That you bring, you know, this, I like this person. Okay, he might see something, like I said, he might see something that this man, you ain't see about this man. He may have asked this man a question one-on-one. You ain't like what he said. But that's still, you know, you still have to fear Elohim. Another one was, I want to a lot. Proverbs. There is a generation that are pure in their own eyes. Now, yeah, not washing their filthiness. You heard before I said a lot of times when y'all won't give you an answer, ask you what? Where are you? But where are we? We ain't home. You're in captivity. Oh, the bottom of the captivity. There is nowhere else for you to go. So you at the bottom. If you that generation, you gonna think you thinking you cleaning your own eyes and you're not. There's a generation whose teeth are as swords and their great teeth as knives. I heard Prince mention something about, you know, a lot of these brothers, so-called, they put up there, so-called preachers and stuff. Oh, you gotta do is speak this into existence. You too could be a billionaire. They ain't tell you that they gumps. But tell you it's something that they doing, like y'all y'all's looking after them. You wicked. But you start, they caught up in the devices that they imagine. Your TVs and your phones and stuff. There's a generation, oh, how lofty are their eyes and their eyelids and lifted up. Can't tell them, you proud ass nigga. You proud? Can't tell you nothing. Or Prince saying, you have to have a chain of command. Or you're gonna have everybody wanting to be the leader and everybody ain't quit to be the leader. So you have our government, the way we govern ourselves, is let y'all choose. And you set up captains over 100 and you have to do that. What other nation, you can't win if you can't accept a chain of command. You have to keep order. Or you're gonna be just like you are now. Bunch of, you know, orderless, you know what I mean? Orderless people running around doing whatever you think you want. You're cleaning your own eyes, but you filthy. Can't tell you nothing because judgment don't come swiftly. Man's heart is set on evil. Or you gonna get swift judgment. Don't worry about it. I promise. It's gonna come swifter and swifter. But he told you mercy and truth go before him. So he's giving you a warning. If you act like you want swift judgment right now, it won't nobody be here. He thought to make an end of you. He thought to make an end of you. It's just where he not to dread it what the enemy might say. It was another one in I think it was something about judge. Something about Deborah. Deborah was a prophetess. Yeah, she was a prophetess. She was a judge, an intercessor. She still had Barak at that time, but she was a judge. He said he raised up a mother in Yisrael. All these women claiming they prophets, yo, she's a mother, yo. I don't got her having no period. Your emotions. You got to be at a certain point. Miriam was how old? Older than her brothers when y'all refer to her as a prophetess? So you're talking about a different mentality for different people at a different time. He still was doing wrong at that time, dude, but he been raising up judges. He's done it before. It's just that we went a long time without one. And now he giving you instruction what to do because he remembered he left a remnant, yo. He remembered and heard. Your cry is loud to him. So he heard, so now he giving you instruction what to do, because I'm just saying, let's say if you got 10, if they got, this station got 10 days, I'm just saying that they can't go past that time. That just means you going to straighten up. And you talking about now, you at the point now, it's going to be a time of trouble like it never was since it's been in the nation since this time, yo. Because of Yehuda. I remember in Judges, Benjamin said they defeated the rest of the tribe of Israel twice. Twice, and it seemed like they was winning the third time. But in order to do that, you got to work together. You got to accept a chain of command. You have to have some type of, you have to have order. That's what the Torah is about. It's about order. It's a tree of life to the ones that grasp it. He put a flaming sword around it to keep the way to the tree of life. He didn't say to keep you from getting there. He gave the tree of life to the ones that grasp it. It's to keep the way. The flaming sword turn, it don't miss. That's right now.
All right, my brother. Thank you very much for your input. Thank you very much for your input. Very much on point. All right, Amy, lower your hand, release your mic, please. And then Brother Yaakov, I see your hand.
Shalom, everyone. This is a great lesson, I will say. There were a couple of things that really just stood out just about us as women and our humbleness and our desire unto our men and allowing our emotions to take us away from that desire. I think it's so, like, I heard a lot of lessons and wisdom in this lesson today, because we as women, we do that often. I'll admit I do it as a woman. And a lot of times we do it because, our emotions get the best of us, because that's what we are accustomed to seeing and knowing. Like, hey, if you cry out, and I'm not saying to the Creator, just cry and what's shown, I guess, or taught is that, crying out and being rebellious, whatever, gets certain things done. But in truth, being a daughter of the Creator or a child of the Most High and a son of the Most High, that it's the opposite of what, we're being taught in this society. Part of it, I know a lot of just the mindset that we have and the mindset that we have and our actions come from just how we were raised. And a lot of it is we are so far removed from our culture. And, I hear a lot of us saying that on this call, but, my I guess, challenge, or not challenge, but my challenge or my action word is, what are we going to do to get that culture back outside of having these classes? I mean, we have land here, as Maish has stated, here in Sparta, Goshen. And, the goal is to form a community. The goal is also not to just have people come move here, but you could be active in a community without living here. I think Brother Elijah just said we have to come together. Like, we can't just say those words and then teach this stuff on a Zoom call on a Shabbat day, but we're not actually implementing the steps and making the plans to make it happen. So many times growing up, and I grew up very New African, very movement, because my parents were, in the movement, in the Black Panther Party and all these different, and you hear it over and over, we got to do this, we got to we have to fight, we have to do this, but more people are saying it and not actually doing it. More people are, clapping hands for it to be done, but nobody's actually picking up the mantle and making it happen. And then the few that are picking up and making it happen don't get the support to continue to push it forward. And a lot of times people, allow personal dealings with others to not do that. But when I look at what we're doing here in Goshen, what we're doing with our school, Goshen Hebrew Academy, I'm learning, and it doesn't come easy, and you have to learn, and you have to walk through certain problems. You're going to have issues, but I'm learning that the most important part of all of this is our children's future, because our future we're living our future. We're here. I mean, in 30 years, I'll be at a certain age, but I'll be an elder. So a lot of the stuff that we're doing right now is for our futures, for our children, for their children, our great-grandchildren, and so on and so on. And so if most of the things we're doing is just talking of how do we get our sisters back in order, how do we get our brothers back in order, then it's not going to happen if we don't put our best effort for it. And a lot of times, people feel like, oh, I got to go and be there physically to do it. No, just the support, just saying, hey, what do y'all need? I'll send this, or I'll come a weekend or a week or whatever, just to volunteer that time, just to teach. Like when I met Casey, we became best friends overnight, like in one night, just having a 5-hour conversation and just bonding on sisterhood. And then she taught me how to be a shepherdess. Like she doesn't live here, but the value of our friendship brings value to our community. So, this may be a little off subject, but I just, I love to hear us have these conversations, because it helps me, it helps everybody on this call, especially when we may be going through something emotionally or physically or mentally or spiritually. It lifts us up. And I know for me, it lifted me up in a way. I'm on a fast, so I'm a little tired, but I just want to see us do more. Most Black organizations or ways of life or communities, we do a lot of preaching about it and saying what we're going to do. But, in my 44 years and the different paths I've taken in this life, I don't see a lot of people doing the work. And that's where the failure comes. That's where we come, where our daughters continue to be whores, our sons continue to be whoremongers. We don't put the time in to implement the processes to make it better. We do more of a lip service. And that's where we have to stop doing the lip service. And when we see others doing, help them. Even if you're doing your own thing, help one another. Tell, oh, I'm doing this over here. Y'all may be able to help each other. In most cases, we will be able to help each other. And that's what communities did back in the day. We talk about the ancient times and we talk about what we read. But if we go deeper into it, the reason why they were so strong in this walk and did the things they did is because they were there for one another. And they didn't have all these outside sources to confuse them and we have the ability. I think Sister Abigail was saying, when you have the ability to kind of choose certain things, then you have the ability also to block things out. We have the ability now, building a school, building a community, to separate ourselves, because that's what the Creator tells us to do, become set apart. We are set apart people. And to just say we set apart, but to actually live and be set apart, that's a whole nother process. And in the Tanakh, it tells us we have to apply the law. We can't just say, hey, I read the Most High say, read the commandments every day. I'm reading them, but am I applying them? Because if we're applying them, then we can become those laws. A lot of times what you ingest is what you become. So if we're not ingesting it properly, we're just doing it because it's enrolled. Like my husband likes to say, a lot of times you go to services and a lot of things are just done because you're just used to doing it. You're used to saying a prayer like this, or you're used to standing up for this person or whatever. But do you really understand why you're doing it. You know, there's an order to everything. And if we don't completely take hold on that order, then we allow everything else that, you know, when things come into play or bother us or interrupt our path, we allow that to disrupt the order, which in disrupting the order, it disrupts so many things that can affect us for a lifetime. So, you know, my challenge is for everybody on this call, because I think everybody on this call is here for a reason. The Most High places us in every space for a reason, that we can't just continue to talk, but we have to put into action. And believe me, it's not easy. When we moved here to Goshen on this land and it was barren, it was like, okay, we doing this. But it's like we took our time. And it's not an easy process to leave a city, especially with children, teenagers, young children, because they're so used to the busyness and their friends and all that. But to make that sacrifice and say, hey, I want better for myself. And most importantly, I want better for our future. You know, we have to be able to stand on that and say, I'm going to do it. One, the Most High tells us to set ourselves apart. He doesn't say stay in the midst of he actually tells you to put the wickedness from you. But if we stay in the wickedness, meaning we live in it, then we're not doing what he said at all. And that's all I have to say.
Right, wonderful. Toda Rabah. Wonderful. She touched on a lot of points. And anyone that really wants to hear, there was a good message in there. All right, we have Brother Yaqub, you have your hand raised. Could you lower your hand and release the mic?
Thank you. That was definitely, we definitely have to do action, because we talk the talk, but we have to walk the walk. So what I have gotten out of all of this is we need some kind of resolution, and it takes, the men of the community. We have to be more accountable. A lot of us do have gifts, and I'm not on because I wrote down some things, because when people speak, I like to write down things. So maybe, you get older, you might have bad memory. But I know there's a gender war going on against us, as you know, to divide the family, because we are communable peoples. We're living, we're supposed to live in a community, and we're supposed to have laws to govern us as a people. So we're living in our captivities where laws they contradict what Yah says. So in order for us to really do what we can and follow the covenant, is to live among each other. And if we can't, at least communicate daily, so we can continue and have that ruach, that spirit, because energy can go up and down. You don't have to be like, we're not in front of each other physically, but because of the spirit, we can see certain things we do and say can affect each other. So how they defame, make the narrative of Black men, emasculating them, we saw it last week when he got, Chris Rock got slapped in the face, but then the wife and all these things, they put these things, the media put these things in front of us because they have the ability to do that. They control their narrative. And it's a subliminal, what we call subliminal aspect, because and these are tools used by the oppressor. They study how to destroy people. This is not just, they just do it out of hateful, but they are meticulous in how they use all of their sciences, their noblemen, to use all of their findings, or what we call CRMs, and they use these things to use against us. So it's called division. So we are a family. We have husband and we have wife. They're called parents, and we have children. So a lot of us men or women, we were once they were virgins, then they became defiled, and now some of us come to this walk. We were married before, but we're married in the world, and we have children that were not married in the covenant of Yah. So now some of us have children who don't want to walk with it because the mother was not. Usually, we gear towards our mothers because of the innateness, through childbirth, and so we have issues here. But we have to find. We talk about them, but we do have to find solutions. And, we have to learn to delegate certain people with certain skills, like you said earlier, because it is an agenda to set apart to have our own school. We should not ever go to the schools because they teach in public education designed for servitude to control people. And so we need these things. So that we have what we call we have apathy. And apathy just means we don't care attitude, right? And before, some of us do have some kind of sympathy because we have experienced it, but we need to be empathetic with each other. And we really have to show those things. And men should always keep their composure and understand who we're talking to, because we have a lot of ears listening. So it says that we should be slow to speak and quick to listen. And we learn from each other. I've learned something. I might be the oldest one in this group, maybe. I'm 61, even though I may not carry myself that way, but I can learn certain things. I remember when I was in Goshen with all the brothers and we sat down and talked. That was so uplifting because we learned. I've learned when I came up, we walked around, and I'm definitely for communities similar to that we do need to cohabitate together and learn. Even though some of us may not be able to come there at a certain time, we should always lend a helping hand. Because when Yah wanted to build a tabernacle, he had certain men, he gave them the spirit or the wisdom or the knowledge to be able to build certain things. So with these things, we really need to know that we need our women. The women have a place. They are the nurturers and we are the developers of a relationship. So we have to get rid of stony hearts, as he talked about. But we have to love Yah, and the word love means is action. It's ahava, I believe, but it means action. So we have to learn to love and not only tell a woman. For example, you have a woman and you tell them to love them, but you don't show them any action, it ain't gonna hold up because the action is what counts. So we don't have to speak a lot anymore. We need to be doers, and we need to represent who we are to be administrators of the word, and then the word will follow and see. So I just wanted to make that point out, and that the energy's here. We do have a lot of things to work on, but whether or not we have a remnant of people, we do have to really repent and ask the Father for our forgiveness and turn back to his laws and all of the way of life, whether it's eating, marital laws and everything else. They will be in the way of the Father to put it back in rightfulness of us if we willing to take the pride away. Because I know we have a lot of brothers, especially brothers, have pride. They have their own agendas. And we do have some women who want to lead over them too. But we do have a lot of men that has a lot of pride. And then it caused division. Too many chiefs, not enough Indians. So I just want to end with that. And thank you for the time.
General Rabah, my brother. And those men that walk around with a lot of pride, it's done in a subtle way. You don't even recognize it. You don't even see it because they're not a vocal people. But some of the things they do is that they don't want nobody teaching them. They don't want another man teaching them. They want to put themselves out to be leadership and teachers, and they don't earn it. They haven't earned that right, but yet they aspire to be, so they take it upon themselves to do those things. Like opportunities like this, every time they get a chance to speak, they don't have questions. They got comments that they want to contribute because they want to be in a position of leadership. Some people really have things to contribute to the conversation, and they take the time to speak and they do a wonderful job. But then some are just subtly in that place where here's a platform for me to get across what I want to say, so I'm going to do it. And when you sit back and you listen, you ask yourself that question, well, how does that apply to the conversation at hand? And sometimes it doesn't. It's just that individual, as the brother was just speaking about, takes advantage of the opportunity and present themselves in places and times when they're not really, it's not what it's about. Instead of humbling themselves and submitting themselves to the leadership, they want to be that leader or that place or that position, and they move forward with it. And usually how you can tell is because it brings about division, it brings about separation. It doesn't bring about structure and organization. It has the opposite effect. But let's just be mindful for the good spirits, because all we have are good spirits here. My brother Elijah, you wanted to speak? Drop your hand and release the mic, and you have the floor. And then Sister, I see your hand up there, sis. You got the floor next, case.
Okay, proverb, Shalomo, like Shalomo. He said, the upright gonna dwell in the land. The wholehearted gonna remain in it. The wicked cut off, and the faithless plucked up out of it. He gonna sift them. You got 2/3 is gonna be cut off. That's mean you're not even getting out of here. He say he gonna bring a remnant out of here too. But he gonna sift them out too. He said you won't get to the land. He gonna bring you out of here, but you won't get there. The rebellious ones, hard-headed. He's saying that because look where we are. Where are we? In captivity. Why are you still here? It ain't that y'all can't hear. You're not doing it. You know what I mean? You like you said, the beginning of wisdom is get it. With all you're getting, get understanding. Job said the fear of Elohim. That's wisdom. And to depart from evil is good. It ain't a problem where we already know that much knowledge is increased. It's because it's judgment day. It's time to pay up. So now you got knowledge of it. Now can you refuse the evil and choose the good? Can you do that now? That's understanding. Can you make yourself do it now? The discipline of wisdom. It's a discipline that come with it. But the beginning of it is the fear of Elohim. That's the beginning. Don't talk about the middle of it, talk about the end of it, because there ain't no end of it. It's a tree of life to the ones that grab it. You know, everything you grab is a win. Of course, you're gonna have many of the ill wills of the righteous. Just people just mean ill will. But he said, yeah, I'm gonna deliver you out of all of them. Don't worry about the evil gonna slay the wicked. Don't worry about them. I remember my brother told me, my grandfather told me, if 2/3 of us gonna be cut off, he gonna use a lot of these wicked ones to draw them too. They already wanted to do it. So a lot of the problem now is that you got a lot of, or it was a problem. It don't gotta be a problem now if you do what he tell you to do. But their iniquity is lit on them. Your iniquity is lit on you. I think I explained, iniquity is when you keep doing something over and over and over. You know it's wrong. You got knowledge of it being wrong. You can't make yourself do it. And it's just pile on. And because the judgment don't come swift, your heart is set on. You convince yourself that you're doing right. So now this is the time where your iniquity has been lit on you. So you can see how you've been infiltrated or not. You understand what I'm saying? You can see that's one of the ways that they try to divide us. It don't matter, because y'all already said it was going to happen anyway. But he said they gonna cast down truth to the ground. He said, ain't it gonna prosper? You told some big ass lies, boy. They told something. They a vile nation. Vile. Horrible. But Esau, you didn't got comfortable. And I'm talking to Yehuda in particular. That's who Daniel was talking to. Y'all was talking to the children of your people, Yehuda. Esau went in 700 years before Yehuda. But they can't go nowhere till you get your shit together. Here. They brought the best over here, the princes. I mean, they knew who we were. And you know who dwells with Yehuda? It's Levi. This is your reward. Because when they caught our king, when they caught our prince, our priest came with him. When he took his captain and brought us over here, your Levites came with him. You better have. Y'all gonna have mercy on him. So this is your reward. He ain't gonna get Yisrael until Yehuda first. He told you why, from like David's sake. So you had to be done here, but you've been infiltrated too. Everybody lying. Everybody speak fear. And they got 7 abominations in their heart. Don't worry about it. They keep talking. It'll be revealed before the congregation. Their lies and deceit. So now he told you what to do. Remember the Torah. That's how you're going to get out here. Remember it. Remember it. Remember it. Make yourself do it. Now, at the same time, we coming out of here. Their time is up. But you're going to receive double for your sins first. You're going to pay up. You're going to pay up. So you're talking about a time of trouble like I said, like it's never been since there's been a nation. Well, because of Yehuda. But this is the day he is talking about. Where you go to Malachi. Behold, the day coming, it burns as a furnace, yo. And all the wicked, not some of them, part of them, all the wicked shall be stubble. And the day that cometh shall set them ablaze. Fire. But unto you that fear my name, you go to fear Elohim again. Wise. The Son of Righteousness gonna ride with healing in his wings. You know, you hear a lot of times people say, you go outside, get some sun. It heal you. Because the heavens declare his righteousness. Man ain't got no control over the heavens. You know what you got dominion over? The earth and the animals in it. That's what you got dominion. So he answered you from heaven. The Son of Righteousness ride with healing, and you shall go forth and gamble as calves of the stall. You seen animals happy, they leaping. That's how your soul gonna be. That's how you gonna be. And you're gonna tread down the wicked. Don't worry about it. They're gonna be ashes under the sole of your feet. Those that he's talking about, the ones that fear Elohim, he said, because they begin to talk. Who tells you to be afraid to talk about Yah? How you justify that? The counsels of the wicked. Refuse the evil and choose the good. They gonna be mine. My own treasure. I'm a sparrow. Like a man spares his own son that serves him. Then you're gonna be able to tell who righteous and who not. He telling you now, but you ain't, like you said, you need to see action. You want to keep habitual line steppers. You want to keep trying. Keep trying. Until it's too late. That means you're going to be crying out and he ain't going to hear you. He told you why? Because when I called, you didn't listen. I told you what to do, you didn't do it. I was peeping what the sis was saying. Because of that, this time is up here. We got to get unreliant on them. You rely on them to feed you, just for everything. We gotta be able to feed ourselves. For one, we need water. You don't want to get caught up in this city with that. Once that water problem start backing up, you're gonna go from, it's gonna take a dive so fast. That's why it's called calamity, because it's gonna come all of a sudden. So you don't want to be up north with no electric in the winter. That winter gonna surely come around, and you can freeze to death up there. I just think it's a little bit more manageable down here in the south in the wintertime. At least you can get some wood. Even if you up north, if you got a fire, where you gonna get wood from? It's gonna be the water situation. So if you know, I like what y'all said about the getting the land with the water. That water problem gonna be a situation. So you can get wells, and this ain't permanent. Ain't no retirements here and you get a pension. This is over, yo. You can act like pretend you don't know. It don't change nothing. You just be the one that act like pretending you don't know. It don't change nothing. but we have to go. We can't stay here. You can't. He's going to destroy this place because the cry is loud. It's loud. It's exceeding loud. So, one that what y'all said, I like that. I like that you. There's another proverb. Where they say something about be hasty to know the state of your flock.
Liar.
Yeah.
Say that for next week, man.
Got you. Got you.
Tell the Rabbi, lower your hand down, please. I understand your point and appreciate your contribution. May the Most High bless your efforts. It's good when we can get on a platform like this and display our differences with respect. And that's a good thing. It shows maturity in the midst of men. So that's a blessing. May the Most High be praised. All right, we got Azaria. I'm sorry, Azaria, please. Yeah, Azaria was first, and then my sister Casey was next.
Actually, Lady K was first, and then it's me.
Okay, then if that's the case, I didn't see her hand up, so I apologize. Sister Casey, take the floor, please.
Shalom again, family. It was Murray Shaleem. I was just using my wife's phone.
Why? Why? What's wrong?
Hey, she's my helpmeet. She's my helpmeet. So she was the one who said, "Hey,
Yeah,
we've
but
been
you
telling
got-
Nasi we were gonna get
got-
on his Shabbat class." I was like, "Help me, let's do it today."
But you got me calling you by her name.
Hey, I apologize for that, Nasi. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to speak as well, Nasi.
Yes.
As you all know, I'm pretty sure all of you have heard me state that I attempt to, and we should practice practical application of Torah, meaning the days of us teaching it and preaching it and reading it and stating it and becoming scholars on it, but not doing it should have been long over if we're not going to take it and practically apply it to our lives. And I like to take this opportunity to practice some practical application of Torah. The Torah commands you, if you give your oath, you should keep it. My beloved Nasi Israel, I owe you an apology, please, sir. I checked my phone and I do see where you called me 2.5 weeks ago, and I did not return your call, my beloved brother. And that's not acceptable because I gave you my word that I would make myself available to you and to assist you in establishing a righteous community according to Torah, Goshen, Georgia. And it's possible that you were calling me because you needed my counsel on some agriculture project or whatever you needed. It didn't matter. You could have just been calling me just to say, "Hey, I just want to hear your voice." I owe you an apology, my beloved Nasi. This is practical application of Torah 101. If we can't keep our lines of communication open and apologize to our brother when we offend him, or even if we just believe we did, if we can't do that, oh man, the rest is lost. And you know I didn't do it on purpose, Nasi, because when we're blessed to speak, we stay on the phone too long. I enjoy and look forward to speaking with you. So I owe you an apology because I did not return your phone call. And I gave my word that I would make myself available to you. So please, Nasi, forgive me for that trespass. I also would like to ask a favor of you, my beloved Nasi. Whenever you can, please facilitate me being blessed to meet and break bread again with our beloved brother Yaakov from Florida. I admired that brother. I told him that the first time I was blessed to meet him. He's one of a few brothers in Israel. I've heard several people speak on the demasculating of black men, the sisters, even though they may have worded it differently, that's what they were saying. Hebrew males not rising to the occasion to be men. And every time I'm blessed to speak to that brother, even when we have a difference of interpretation or a difference of opinion, the brother never gets emotional. I can hear the passion, the compassion in his voice on the subject matter that he's speaking on, but I never detect anger. I never detect pride. I always hear him speaking from a position of logic and from the yearning to get more understanding on the subject matter. And that's the type of brother I desire to break bread with and to build with. So I would like to ask you, my beloved Nasi Israel, if you can, let's facilitate being blessed to sit down and break bread with that brother again. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. What's some wonderful words to say about another brother. That's a great thing. Y'all do know
I am just telling the truth.
You do know Pesach is right around the corner.
Yes, sir. Working on it. Put my house in order for it. Put my house in order for it. Working on it. We were late. I laid hands on and prayed over the animal we plan to bring to Pesach. If the Creator blesses us to do the same. You know we love y'all. Y'all family. We love y'all. We do. And as my beloved Sister Madaya was saying earlier, about people speaking about doing it and talking about doing it, but they never roll their sleeves up and get no dirt under their fingernail. Yeah, it's time. And then when you look at what's taking place on the world scene, pay attention to Torah, my beloved family. The Creator always gave Israel warning signs before he lowered the hammer and passed judgment on nations. Look at all the warning signs that's coming down the pipeline. We are surviving, still in, but surviving the first major pandemic worldwide pandemic since 1918. That's profound. We are so close to World War III, what's going on in Eastern Europe. That's profound. And we got most Black folks still running around worried about what Cardi B gonna drop her next album. Just foolishness. Just foolishness. And I'm speaking about Hebrew Israelites. Right. So when you look at the writing on the wall and we look at the warning signs that the Creator has given us, he always gives Israel warnings. He always sounds the shofar off in the distance before the danger comes. He's sounding the shofar, but we're not listening. And according to Torah, that watchman that's on the wall, if he see danger on the horizon, he blow the shofar, and the people don't listen. The blood not on his hand. The blood's not on his hands. The shofar is sounding. And look, I'm not one of those people that say you should sacrifice everything and get out of the city right now. I'm a realist. I practice practical application of Torah, and Torah commands us to be circumspect. Meaning, be carefully aware and carefully consider your situation, your environment, and your standing so you can make the proper decisions. So we're commanded to be circumspect. I understand that your job may be where you located now. I understand you might have a year or two before retirement and you need that retirement income. I understand that. So you may not be able to sacrifice that. But as Sister Madaya said, if you claim to be a Hebrew Israelite and you claim to follow the precepts of Torah, the Torah states that the Creator is going to bring this Babylon II down before he comes to gather us. Because truth be told, if he left Babylon intact and came to gather us, most of the Black folk that call themselves Israel wouldn't leave. Babylon has to be destroyed before we break our emotional and spiritual connection to it and be willing to say, well, it's messed up here. Man, it's messed up here. Let me try something different. And even then, the Creator's going to have to plead with us as he did our ancestors and purge the rebels out from amongst us once he brings us out of here. So we know Babylon has to come down before he comes to gather us. We're looking at all the signs that Babylon is being weakened. So as Sister Madaya said, even if you can't move out of the city at this time, you should at least make some type of covenant, some type of connection with those that have already taken the courage and purchased some land, and those that are telling you you're welcome because you're Israel. You should at least set foot on that land and go buy a fruit tree for one of the big box stores and bring a fruit tree and plant a fruit tree there. Something, a $30 fruit tree. Ask them, do y'all have a fund to have a well drilled? Here's $50 towards the drilling of a well, and I place $50 a month until we get the well drilled. Something. Come pick up the trash that the heathen throw out in front of the property so the property look presentable to the Creator. Something. Come take a garden hole, what we call a dirty hole, and chop up some dirt and put a seed or two in the ground. Even if it's just some flowers so the bees can get some pollen and some nectar and make the place look more beautiful. Something. We talk, but we ain't doing no action. And that's what the Creator's requiring of us, some action. That's how you truly know the spirit of a Hebrew Israelite. Does he back his words up with some positive, righteous action? Right. We got a beautiful piece of property that our Nasiks are making available to us. But they can't do it all by themselves. They can't do it all. When I'm blessed to come there, I'm actually overwhelmed because I try to do too much. I see too many things need to be done. I'm being pulled in 4 or 5 different directions. Y'all got to get some dirt under your fingernail. You got to put a seed in the ground. Make that connection. Because listen to what my brother said about them cities, right? Imagine you wake up one day, and because Putin got desperate because he's losing that war in Ukraine, and them sanctions that they done put on him, them tighten up, and he's afraid of losing power. Imagine you wake up one day and he done unleash his techno boys on you, and they done put some type of virus into the electrical grid system, and there's no electricity. Where you gonna go? You think you're gonna stay in the city?
Knock on the door. I'm gonna say, y'all gotta let me in. Y'all gotta let me in.
Man, hey, you might find yourself in a situation during the time of Noah. It said Noah closed the door to the ark, but the Creator sealed it. And those that did not contribute anything to the building of the ark were outside clawing on the wood trying to get in. You don't want to find yourself in that situation. My beloved brothers, we spoke earlier about what a husband is supposed to do to provide for a wife. Can you imagine how your wife gonna be looking up beside your head if them grocery stores is empty, the electricity is off, and she and the baby's hungry? Can you imagine? You don't want to be in that situation and you don't have no plan. You can't turn to her and say, love, Nasik Israel, because of what we contributed, Nasik said we got a place to go. If you can't tell her that, imagine how she's gonna be looking up beside your head. You talking about some submission, where you think the submission is going to go? I mean, this is real. And Torah speaks of this. Babylon got to come down or we ain't going to leave. Y'all know our spirit. Y'all know how attached to this electricity and all these conveniences we are, all the technology, all the entertainment. We're not going to leave till the Creator destroys this. We're not going to leave. Well, think about it. If he destroys this and we dependent on this for everything, man, we in trouble. You cannot claim you believe in the Torah and you believe in the Creator of heaven and earth and not prepare for this. One's supposed to cancel the other out.
Add something like?
Yes, love.
Just to add to what my husband is saying, we're blessed to live on a 33-acre homestead with 2 homes, 2 barns, and 2 ponds. And yet, when we're asked if we're part of community, we let people know we are non-residential members of the Goshen community in Sparta, Georgia. Because our soul and whole understanding is if it hit the fan, we are coming in aid and love and communal connection, and we're bringing the resources, not from a backyard in a city somewhere, but we're going to try to bring the resources that we can pack up and tote to Sparta, Georgia, and tractor trailer to load, he said, to aid in our community. So, and I'm only bringing this up to say we're not the typical city dweller, but we still see the need to be interconnected with a larger plan of action, a larger community in which we can effectively build and grow within now and in a time of need. So just wanted to put that out there that it's needed. It's needed. We need a connection to something bigger than ourselves.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Thank you for that contribution. Brother Zaria, you have the floor. Can you lower your hand, please, and release your mic?
King. First and foremost, well put. That's my elder by Murray Schleen, by the way. Yeah, he be the main one that give me counsel and everything, teach me much about Torah, and I thank the creator for him. But however, what I was getting ready to say is very much similar to what Elder Schleen brought out, and two scriptures that came into to my mind dealing with the state of our people here in this Western society. We got Hosea 4:6. It said that my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, only because they rejected knowledge, right? And then we also have Isaiah 33:6 that says, wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of your times, right? Now, here in this Western society, right? If we really want to make it out of here and come together, right? We have to like come up with a solution. And the very first thing that we have to do is that we have to come up with a plan, right? Now, of course, Torah is basically designed, laid out from the creator to guide us pretty much through everything. No matter what time we're living in, right? It can be during the good times, it can be guiding us through bad times, but it's still there for us to go back, study it, and learn how to apply to it. So now that we have been studying Torah, right? Then we have to ask ourselves the question, okay, so we got our foundation. What is the next step, right? And then Nasi just mentioned that you have land in part of Georgia. And then anybody who is Israel keeping Torah are invited to come and to dwell amongst each other in the land. But the sad part about it is that a lot of our people whose mind has not been totally straight, should I say, we refuse to come down to the land to dwell among each other because sometimes we could be afraid, and which I don't think we should be, but that's just the reality of it. And also, of course, we've been mentally destroyed over time, and yeah. But going back to what you were saying about the land, right? But when it comes to inviting people to the land, we got to make sure. This is just me talking. We have to make sure that we are all like-minded and on the same page here. And then once we get there, then yes, then everybody will come into the land, and then we start building, right? We start try to build up the next generation, teach them how to be farmers, or teach them how to be lawyers, or teach them how to be doctors, how to grow their own food, how to be mechanics, and any type of skills that we have, we could just bring it forward to the next generation. And also, of course, we must homeschool our children because, like one of our just said, public schooling ain't gonna do a damn thing for us. Excuse my French.
What French?
You know, excuse the language. But yeah. So, and then once we do that, then we start continuing to build up this nation. We can grow even bigger, just like how Black Wall Street did it. You know, except that most of them were Christians, and a few of them are in different religions, stuff like that, right? But then all of a sudden we could start building up a big sanctuary here in this Western society, and then spread out our culture, because it's our job to become the light to this world. So it's like if we have the mind to build a nation, we got to start from dwelling in your land of Goshen. Start building up our communities, and then once we bring in all the money in together, we go out and purchase some more land for those people who are still living in the city or in the suburbs. That way, they can have the opportunity to dwell in the land, and it ain't got just be here in America. It could be in Africa, it can be in Europe, it could be in South America, it could be wherever. You know, so that's just what I just want to bring out concerning the land of Goshen and what we can do. So that way we can make sure that we are all safe. And like Maria Shlaim brought out, that this place is going to be judged by the Creator, most definitely. It's about to go down, and definitely what's going on with Eastern Europe. There's this big war, and we definitely got to make sure that we take that as a sign of the Creator.
All
With that, I
right.
yield.
May the Most High be praised. Amy, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to kind of like, because he said some things about, you know, when we're inviting people into this community, and it was very important what he said. And just to, you know, clarify too, like that's one of our goals. Anybody that is accepted into the community, we invite everybody to come and be a part, but we do do a thorough background check. We do all type of applications, and we have oral interviews with everyone, because we want to make sure that what you're bringing is an asset to us, and not being a liability, because that's part of what has caused us as a people to fail too. We look at just adding numbers, but we don't look at the quality of who we're adding. And so we end up with a handful of problems and issues versus productivity. So a lot of the things that we are doing here in our community, you know, especially because this world is such a wicked place, we have those steps in process to make sure that we're adding value with the people that we add to the community and that we bring into the community, especially who's going to teach our children. And that's one of the major reasons why my husband desire to build the school has been pushed by, you know, our sister who's on the call too, Sister Mariah, because we realize that we have to have a separate place for our children to be educated, and we have to control the way that they're educated. And in doing so, we also are developing children who know all type of skills. We're not telling our children, hey, you have to go to a university. Some children may just want to be a trader or a truck driver like Maurice Shalem, and he can teach them. You know, everybody that we come across, we bring them into our circle because we see that whatever the Creator has placed in them is also a blessing to us, as well as us being a blessing to them. So I just wanted to, you know, say that, because so many, you know, we do a lot of that just adding on to one another, but we don't add on with value. We just add on because, hey, I just want to say, hey, people always ask me, how many families y'all have living there now? I'm like, we have about 5 or 6. Oh, that's it? Yeah, that's it. Because it takes a lot for a person to actually commit and do it. And those 5 or 6 families, that's where we're starting. It doesn't mean that in 20 years we won't have 1,000 families, but everything happens in its time. And everybody that's here has brought value or is bringing value to the community. So, you know, I just wanted to say that, you know, for just the better understanding of how we're, you know, moving forward in Goshen.
All right. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful. Is there anyone else would like to comment or ask any questions?
Mariah's hands up.
Okay, Sister Mariah, you have the floor, sis.
First, giving all praise and glory to the Most High. who is my king, my guide, my shield. I just wanted to say, Torah for Goshen. When I first came into the knowledge of the Most High and my Hebrew Israelite culture and life and family, was my biggest desire was to be where everyone was. And then I found out that the word scattered truly meant scattered. But the Most High God was so good and so gracious and so loving and so kind and so merciful that he gave me an opportunity to live or to move and to live in a place where Torah was the center of it all. And giving all praise to the Most High, I quit my job, sold my stuff or threw it in the trash, and I'm moving to Goshen. My brother, my cover, has said to me, we know we need a school. And I was like, it's what I do. I'm a teacher, I'm a business owner. If I can't do anything, I can start a business in a school and teach. And I found it to be that we as a family have to teach our children our way and teach them how Yah wants us to live. And given that opportunity to move to Goshen is that very opportunity to do what I've done for the nation's children, now to do for our children. And I have to say, giving him all praise and glory, it has been the most fulfilling thing or job that I've ever had. Hallelujah. And Ima said, yeah, without pay. For the love of Israel, for the love of my King Yahuwah. Yes. Until my last breath, to serve him is my honor and to educate our teachers our students in our way and to teach them, yes, Moray Shalim, if you don't mind teaching our kids how to throw the weapons and, husbandry and planting gardens and teaching them how to work and trade, and those who want to go to college, give them the leg up above the rest of the nations, and yet still love the nations and bring them in too, because they are also the Most High's children. And if they are willing to live the way we live, glory be to his name, I'll teach them too. Torah, thank you, family, for just allowing me to share my experience with you. And Casey, thank you for the lamb. I'm coming. I can't wait to eat.
Yes.
What she said?
Also, I do want to say, mentioning Casey, when Casey and Moray bring the lambs for us for Pesach, which is the 16th of April, at sunset. Well, actually, it's right before sunset, Pesach comes in. But following the One Nation Calendar Coalition, Casey and I will be, our husbands will probably slaughter the lamb, but Casey and I will be the ones butchering it. So any sisters who would like to participate or learn, come and definitely participate. Because I will tell you that last year, doing it for the first time, and I ate that lamb, it meant so much more to me than just commemorating and memorializing the Pesach. It made me feel so much more connected to the Creator and to that moment in our ancestors during that time, because we were actually doing, and as Moray Shalim likes to say, applying the Torah, and not just saying, hey, we keeping it, but we actually did it. And so from now on, I'm like, that's the only way I want to do it. But I just want to say, after this call or when the sun go down, you all can reach out to myself or my Ish to get more information about Pesach and what we're going to do here in Goshen. But we're inviting people to come and enjoy the holy day with us and learn. And even if we'll have it on Zoom as well. So that's it, Shalom.
All right, right. Toda Rabah. Is there anyone else who would like to speak, ask a question, make a comment? All right, so nobody's saying anything. No hands are up, right?
No.
Okay. I want to make this known before we close out. But we've been on this phone now for about a good 5-6 hours. And we had a steady 11 people steady on the call just up until recent. Now we got 10. But that really says a lot. Because a lot of the people that I talk to say, well, Prince, you know, you can't have a class more than 2 hours and that's it. After 2 hours, you lose the attention of the people and it's a wrap. We've been on this phone for almost 5-6 hours almost. And we've been doing it. It's been very interesting, very informative, and very heartfelt. And I pray that we have learned some things today that will help make us better servants of the Creator, better husbands, better wives, better children, better parents, you know, in every way that can increase us and take us a little closer to our worship in the Most High. What I would like to ask is that everybody will go out and share the link and invite some people in, because a lot of people, this message could be for them. Y'all see how the ones that came on for the first time today, how healthy and helpfully they contributed to the conversations, brought information. They didn't come and hog it. They came and shared it. And that's what's important. I don't know everything. Well, I ain't gonna tell y'all that. Y'all know I think I know everything. Y'all know me. I'll be thinking I know everything. I know.
Oh, boy.
I don't know everything.
Get your brothers in.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with him.
And others who do know what I don't know can come and bring that information and take us to a totally different place. And I'm grateful and very appreciative for that. So I encourage others to come in, speak their piece, and keep it moving. Just don't dog the show for like 15 minutes straight and then come back and say, all right, Prince, I'm done. You was done a long time ago. You just didn't shut up.
My bad.
But I'm gonna tell you, where do we observe the feast? Trucelia, you're supposed to know this information, sis. We're gonna be in Goshen in Sparta, Georgia. Hey, Trucelia, reach out to my Isha. She'll give you all the information you need. She'll give you all the information so you can come down and be a part of what we do.
And I have your number, so I'll text you, actually, Cecilia. I have your number.
I don't know if that number worked because I texted one time and I ain't getting no return text, so I don't know if that number worked.
It works.
I ain't even get a Prince. I can't talk to you. I ain't get nothing. So I don't know if that number works. But if you say it works, then so be it. So be it. All right. So what we need now is we need somebody to close us out in prayer. Would anybody volunteer to close us out in prayer? All right. Can we all rise, face the east?
Oh, Creator, Heavenly Father, merciful power, we humble ourselves to come before you, asking your permission, begging your permission to approach unto your throne. Toda Rabbah, Most High, for allowing us to come before you. Toda Rabbah, Most High, for giving us this day, this holy Shabbat day, a day of rest, a day of praising you and you alone, O Most High, a day of congregating with our brothers and sisters, to be on one accord, O Most High, to learn from one another and to grow from one another and to grow with one another. Most High, we are so thankful for placing in our heart to know you, because you always say you want a willing heart. And it's so important that we be willing to serve you, O Most High, in righteousness, O Creator. Most High, I thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak your name, to be and set apart, to set our goals and to know that this day is to be honored by you and is to honor you and to go against what everybody else is doing and to set ourselves and say we're going to do as the law has been presented for us to do. Most High, I ask that you continue to forgive us all for our iniquities, sins and iniquities. Continue to have mercy on us, O Creator, if it be your will. Most High, I ask that you be with all of those in the sick beds, the prison houses, and those that are unsheltered. And if it be your will, O Most High, heal the sick, free the innocent, and shelter those that are in need. Most High, I ask continually that you be with our children, those who are over the age that consider themselves as children, and the young ones, O Creator. And when they're out there in the world, O Most High, and they're not under the covering of us, that we know that they're under your covering, O Creator, and that you lift them up and you keep them on the path that you have already designed them to be on. Most High, I ask for a special prayer for our elders, O Most High, and that you keep them among us, O Most High, but not just keep them among us for our own personal reasons, but also so that they can continue to share the wisdom and be a light for us, O Most High, and that we can continue to go to them when we are in need, O Most High, and when we need guidance, O Most High. Most High, I ask that you be with Yisrael in the four corners of the earth. And if it be your will, O Most High, bring us together in the space and the place that you have already designed us to be. And we all know that it's a remnant, O Most High, and some of us, even on this call, may not make it, O Creator. But have mercy on us, O Most High, in this time as we are striving to be righteous before you, O Most High. O Creator, I ask for a special prayer for my Ish, O Most High. Continue to put the words in his mouth, O Most High, that he is speaking from your guidance, O Most High, and that what he speaks we learn from, O Most High, and we grow from. And I thank you, O Most High, for all the other leaders and righteous leaders that are among us, O Most High. And I ask that you be with all of us, especially on this call today, O Creator. For you have put a special covering on us. I feel it, O Creator. And I ask that you keep us lifted in our time of need, in our time of sorrow, in our time of joy, O Most High. And that we remember to call on you, not only when we're down and out, but when we're high and mighty in our moment, O Most High, when we're at our top, O Creator. Most High, I thank you once again for allowing me to even come before you as a representation of our congregation today to ask for a prayer and to ask for your mercy and to ask for your blessings to continue to come before us. Toda Rabah, O Most High. Toda Abi, Toda Rabah, Selah.
All right, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and spending your time with us today.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciated. You're welcome, my brother.
Yeah.
Greatly appreciate it. May the Most High be praised. And remember, share the link next week because there are a lot of people out here that need to hear the words of the Creator and be a part of what it is that we're doing. May the Most High be praised from everlasting till everlasting. Shabbat Shalom Lakim.
Shabbat
Shalom.
Shalom, Mishpacha.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.